The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome chess fans to day one of the Superbet Rapid Blitz held here in Warsaw, Poland. We have the best chess players on the planet and the new challenger for the World Championship match as well. The Gukesh is going to be here. Magnus Carlsen is here as well. Abdusattorov, so many extremely strong players. I'm very excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
The Grand Chess Tour is finally here and some of the greatest names in chess are about to compete. We start with Rapid and Blitz and we are live from Warsaw and it all starts right now. Hello and welcome. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska and I'm going to be your host, and I'm absolutely delighted to be doing the commentary alongside the one and only Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and the fountain of all knowledge,
Jovi.
International Master Nazi Paikidze.
Welcome. A St. Louis welcome to you both. It's great to be in studio with you and calling the action. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. And we're going to start out with a bang. Yes, indeed, he's back. Magnus Carlsen, the king of Rapid and Blitz, is the headliner. And what a star-studded field. 33 years old, he's the oldest player in the tournament, Magnus says. What? And the next veteran is a 29-year-old Anish Giri. Chess belongs to the youths. And we have a certain Gukesh as well. But please, Jovi, do the honors by rating. Who's in the tournament?
Yeah, we have to take a look at who is playing. And there we see at the top of the table, Magnus Carlsen. And you see the WC by his name. That means he's a wild card. We have 6 wild cards competing in the event, as long as 4 tournament regulars. Wei Yi is in number 2nd, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, just 19 years old, they're in number 3.
Duda,
This field is just delightful.
Absolutely, Duda, the local hero. He's going to be looking to do some damage, I would say. Continue, please. Tell us more.
He is. I mean, these players are filled with fighting spirit. So let's take a look at the format. Yes.
Absolutely, for the tournament.
Yes, and you can see it is a 10-player round robin, and it all kicks off with some rapid chess played at a time control of 25 minutes plus 10-second bonus per move. And in the Blitz, this is after 3 days. We have a weekend of Blitz. This is played at a time control of 5 minutes plus 2-second bonus per move. No draw offers allowed. And for the Rapid, it is an atypical scoring system. 2 points for the win, 1 point for the draw, and nothing if you lose. And the Blitz, it's a lot more traditional.
Absolutely, and tell us about the schedule.
Yes, we are in for a whole lot of excitement. You heard it here first. We do have 9 games of Rapid played over 3 days, so that's 3 games per day. And then we move on to the weekend where things get fast, they get furious. We have 18 rounds of Blitz, 9 games of Blitz on Saturday, and then it all finishes on Sunday. Playoffs will be played if they're needed.
Wow, a lot to look forward to. And Nasi, please drill down on some of our players and tell us about them.
Yes, we have a super strong tournament with 10 amazing players, but let's just highlight some of the favorites. And we will, of course, start with Magnus Carlsen. He's 5-time world champion, world rank #1, and he's also defending champion of this event. So, of course, he's without a doubt the favorite of this event. Next, we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Uzbeki player, 19 years old, and he won the World Rapid Championship in 2021 at only age 17. How impressive is that?
Wow, simply wow.
So he's also one of the players to watch here. Then, of course, we have Gukesh. We've heard a lot about him recently since he won the Candidates Tournament. And he's going to be playing World Championship match against Incr later this year. He's currently only 17 years old, and we'll see how he does in this Rapid and Blitz event. And now let's go to Warsaw to hear from Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thanks, Nazi. Thanks, guys. Good to see you. Welcome, chess fans, to the inaugural stop of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. I am your host from Poland, Cristian Chirila, and I'm joined by my brilliant co-host, Anastasiya Karlovich. Anastasiya,
hello.
Good to be back with you.
Absolutely. Same for me. Hello, guys.
We've had an amazing day yesterday at the opening ceremony. I have to say, everybody is buzzing with excitement here in Warsaw. I got to meet and chat with Magnus, Gukesh, and all the extraordinary players that we had here yesterday. But I have to say, the simul was also absolutely fantastic, and you played in it. Tell us a bit about that, Anastasiya.
Yes, I did. I played as well as other players from Poland, and actually no mercy. They tried to beat everybody. They made only a couple of draws, and they were still unhappy with those draws even. Can you imagine? They really want to fight. They really want to beat everybody. During the press conference at the opening ceremony, Magnus Carlsen mentioned, yes, okay, we have many youngsters in this tournament, but I still hope I will teach them a lesson or two. So really looking forward for the exciting event. Cristian, guys, I mean, cannot stop thinking about what is going to happen today and the next days. 135 games in 5 days are waiting for us. Cristian, what do you think about the field?
The field is absolutely extraordinary. Of course, everybody will be chatting about Magnus Carlsen. Will he repeat what he did last year, 9 out of 9 in the first day of Blitz? Do you remember that?
Of course.
That was one of the most incredible moments in chess history. In my opinion, 9 out of 9 in this type of field is just extraordinary. But I have to say, I'm looking forward to see what Gukesh is going to bring to the table. Of course, he's coming from that incredible result in Toronto. But I have to say, everybody knows Gukesh as mostly a classical player. And I talked to him yesterday as well. He enjoys classical a lot. He likes to be creative. He likes to spend his time trying to come up with new concepts. Now, in Rapid and Blitz, he will have to rely and hone his intuition quite a lot. So I'm looking forward to see what he's going to bring to the table. And of course, Abdusattorov, as Nazi just mentioned, just an incredible Rapid and Blitz player. At only 17 years of age, he became a world champion.
World Rapid champion in Warsaw, actually. Was it here? I just try to remember everything.
I believe so. I believe so.
He did it here, yes.
Absolutely incredible games coming up your way. Guys, back to you in the studio in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Anastasiya. Indeed, do the honors. Lay the table for our spectators and tell them the pairings.
I will, because we are in for a treat this round and every round, if I'm going to say so. We see that Nodirbek has the white pieces against Anish. Giri, Gukesh, just 17 years old, faces off against the lowest rated participant, Kirill, Shevchenko, but you can't underestimate anyone. Praggnanandhaa plays Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, local hero. Vincent Keymer plays Wei Yi, and Magnus Carlsen, world number 1. He faces off against Indian rated number 1, Arjun Erigaisi.
Wonderful. And they're going to be fighting hard for 5 days. What are they fighting for?
Oh, pride, honor, money. And
Yes.
there you see first place nets $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $25,000. And there's a lot of money, even all the way down to 10th place, which nets $7,000. And it's just not just money, it's also Grand Chess Tour points.
Absolutely up for grabs as they're getting ready to start this first round. We'll have an opening ceremonial first move coming up. Pins and needles, here we go.
And you
there
can
see the stage.
see.
Pierwszej zagrają Nodirbek, Abdusattorov z Anishem Giri.
Yeah. And there you can see the
Gukesh,
stage.
Kirill, Shevchenko. Nasza opownicy trzeciej Rameszba,
See
Praggnanandhaa,
Leonard,
Duda.
our photographer, down in the corner of the screen, on the right.
But what an atmosphere as well, and I love that the players do have a live audience.
Oh, for me, it's it's fantastic when there is a live audience, and really it's energizing. Unfortunately, because of the COVID, they stopped having spectators at a certain moment. We just no spectators whatsoever. But I love a live audience.
And there we see
Vincent
Keymer faces off against Wei Yi, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Anish Giri, two of the tour regulars here playing against each other. What an exciting combination. And there we see photographs being taken of Praggnanandhaa.
So we have a CEO
of Superbet Poland. We have Gukesh Seirawan, who is making the first move. E4 chosen.
Not
Will
bad.
Praggnanandhaa keep it?
Not bad. Best by test, according to Bobby Fischer. E2, E4. I like it when they play A2, A4.
Followed by Rook A3.
Yes. Yes.
And there we see.
And it appears to my eyes that Magnus wasn't at the board. I didn't see him. Let's just put it. Yep, there you go. Empty board.
He's running late. And there we see Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces waiting for Magnus Carlsen to show up.
It's interesting that in his prime, Bobby Fischer was also late at the board, as was Garry Kasparov. Gary was consistently late, as we just hear the gong. And will he start Magnus's clock? I think the arbiter will.
He's looking around. It's difficult to say.
Right.
Do you think it's a psychological thing or just poor timekeeping?
You never know. It could have been foot traffic. It could have been, security wand checks. Who knows? It's crazy. Everybody's looking at the camera.
Because I remember, I think some of the players that you referenced, is Magnus Carlsen making his entrance.
He goes right by his board. Whoop!
And the clocks have begun.
I'm always wondering what kind of hairstyle Magnus is going to sport, because some of his hairstyles has been like poof, right? The hair is in every kind of place.
E4.
E2, E4.
Best by test.
There we go. And we're getting ready. And we have E7, E6 on the board. Magnus was late, but some of the other games, some moves, Nasi, for some of the other players.
Yeah, Magnus was fashionably late, as he usually is.
Yes.
We have a couple of moves in this game, Nodirbek against Anish Giri. We have E4, E5 with G3. That's
yes, it's the
pretty
Glek.
rare to see.
The what?
This is called the Glek. I used to play this, yes.
I was just going to ask. I wasn't sure what this was called.
I've been told it's the Glek.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But we have Jovi. So.
Right.
Yes, this was a
specialty
of the English women's team, you see.
Okay.
And this is an important move that you just saw played.
No kidding.
Because the whole idea is just simply you just want to put your bishop on G2, castles, and if you're allowed, you move the knight away from F3 and go F4. But one of the whole points is that if you're allowed, you're going to go knight to A4. So once the pawn on E4 is protected, you are threatening to win the bishop for the knight, yes.
So A5 was played in preparation. If knight A4, I'm guessing.
Yeah, the bishop can now drop back to A7.
Right.
And yeah, so here is very much a slow game, After A5, you're just going to castle, go H3, put the king on H2, and then just slowly build up
for
F4.
F4.
Do we expect to see possibly in the future G4, knight E2, knight G3?
Yeah, those are the kind of ideas you want to be doing.
Wow.
Well, it's a very close position. This was before I discovered that I was actually a D4 player. Right. I was playing this type of chess.
Okay, E4 followed by the dynamic G2, G3.
Nodirbek is following Jovi's suggestions because he just played King H2. And yeah, I think we will see some kingside attack coming up here. Let's check how Magnus's game has developed so far.
It looked like a French defense I can't.
We have Exchange French.
Exchange French. Boring.
Just a very popular opening in the candidates, surprisingly.
Yes. Yeah.
But there was
H3?
there was a Twitter debate happening just now because Nicholas Natiris, a very strong chess researcher was recommending this on Twitter, and people were saying actually they tried this whole approach and it was very successful. So lo and behold, Magnus keeping up with the social trends.
Well, look what you got.
Yeah. The position looks very symmetrical and equal, but of course Magnus is the master of swindling the equal positions. So.
And gaining something. What Magnus has done with his play, let me just put it like this way, is he's playing against the light squared bishop. The bishop on c8 is denied the g4 square. You can't play bishop to g4 because I played h3. Also, the bishop is denied the f5 square. So it would make sense from that perspective that black also say, okay, well, you know, what's good for you is good for me. I also will play against your dark squared bishop by playing the move h7, h6. If you do allow me to play bishop to g5, knight to d2, I can imagine that white will get some more active pieces and therefore a smidgen of advantage. But for me, personally, whenever I see e4 takes d5, I want to strangle my opponent.
Yes.
Give me my French defense. What are you doing?
But yes, you know what? I've commentated thousands of games,
Right.
and I've seen that e takes d5
Right.
is becoming more and more popular, and it's not as easy as we all think it is.
Exactly.
Primarily because white does have that advantage of the first move, and like you say, it has the active pieces. I've seen
Right.
white just put the knight on e5 and just black suffering away.
Right.
And
I remember it was his name escapes me at the moment. A very, very famous Hungarian grandmaster, not Lajos Portes, but the opponent had played e takes d5, and it was seething. The moment he saw e takes, he was like, "Ugh." And after like 12 minutes thought, he said, damn it, queen takes d5. He didn't want to go for ultra safe position. And what we have in the position right now is knight c6, intimating like, look, I really would like to develop my bishop to f5. I would like to play knight b4, chase your bishop away. Would your instinct be to play a3 or c3?
my instinct would be to c3, because I feel
C3.
like the pawn on the a pawn is needed for perhaps some queenside expansion, you know, for a4, a5, you know,
b4,
the
yeah.
alpha zero type of chess where you just expand as much as you can on the wings.
Exactly. And again, you are defending d4 and you're making your usual knight tour over to the king side, knight f1. The reason I asked is because at a certain moment you do, as white, want to make an imbalance. If you did play the move a3, I'm just going to put a move on the board, it doesn't matter, rook e8, you're giving yourself the opportunity to play c2, c4 and create an imbalance in the position. If you allow the structure to remain as it is, then it's going to be very, very hard. I'll go with c2, c3, by the way.
But it's actually a question of style, right?
Yeah.
Because when you go c4, you accept that there's going to be some dynamic imbalances.
Of
You
course.
accept there's a weak pawn on d4, which could be
Bingo.
a problem in
Right.
the endgame. Not in the middle game, though.
Right.
In the middle game, you've got active pieces.
Exactly.
And what have they chosen? Has he...
After knight c6, Magnus,
Magnus is thinking.
and
We actually have an answer. He's gone for, knight c3.
I couldn't have guessed that
None
one.
of the above.
He's essentially saying, I don't believe you. If you play knight b4, now of course knight b4, it would be a big mistake, strategically speaking, to move the bishop away, because then black solves all of his opening problems immediately. So I'm assuming that what Magnus is trying to say, he's making the argument, you go knight b4, I'll go bishop g5. You take my bishop, I'll take your knight, and despite the fact that I've lost the two bishops, I've got a great active position, and I'm going to play knight e5 and
Yeah.
the good old Pillsbury attacks
Right.
with knight e5, f4 on white's agenda.
And the
Let's
bishop
go.
is bad.
And the bishop is
bad on
bad.
c8. Oh.
Nasi, I'm going to turn it over to you. What do you have for us?
We have an interesting opening in Gukesh's game against Kirill Shevchenko. I think the young player Kirill maybe surprised a little bit Gukesh in the Slav defense. So it started pretty normal beginning after e4, bishop f5. This is all very well known.
Yep.
Then he goes bishop c8, and after e3 plays e5. which is not the most common move. And here is the reason why. If white takes d takes e, which is not a good move, after queen d1, of course, if we take with the king, that allows black to play knight g4, attacking both e5 and f2. Very unpleasant. And if we take with the knight, black also has this unpleasant check, bishop b4. We're more or less forced to play bishop d2, and after the trades, knight comes to e4. And even though white's up a pawn, and Yasser, you might argue that extra pawn is an extra pawn, computer really likes black's position here.
It doesn't feel like a lot of harmony in white's position, and definitely good compensation.
Right, so of course Gukesh didn't go for this, he took on c4.
Right.
And now we have the isolated pawn position on d4. Of course, knight on h4 is misplaced, but it's temporary, it will be back soon on f3. But also here, instead of typical bishop e7 or bishop b4, we see Kirill playing bishop d6. And
Is it setting up some nasty tricks?
possibly, because if we castle, well, the engine says there's nothing yet, but I would be checking bishop h2 and h4 for sure. Let's take a look, just out of curiosity, why this doesn't work yet. Because it does force king g3.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Not enough.
not enough, right? We can play
Whoa. G5?
g5. I was just going to say g5 looks interesting. Knight can, well, black king is also exposed. So I can play in between moves like rook e1 check,
King f8.
king f8, and then just go back to f3.
Okay,
and
this
g5 pawn is hanging.
Oh, so h5, bishop takes g5. Because if I could play
Almost
h5 and
checkmate.
h4, you know, I'm in business. But bishop takes g5 really takes the fun.
Defends h4, attacks your queen, and
Right.
white looks completely fine.
Gotcha.
Close.
Okay, close.
But no cigar.
We do have a couple moves. So after castle, Kirill also castled, and I would say maybe bishop g5 is looking like a good move before we bring the knight back to f3. And
h6 though, maybe is it?
so after h6, I would take on f6, but
Right.
here's a very interesting computer suggestion here. f4. It's a second best move.
Wow. Okay.
So let's check the idea. We're sacrificing a piece.
Yep.
I'm guessing it's mostly for the f file and this target pawn on f7.
Right.
So if knight was to move right now,
Say
where would
knight
you go?
e8, just for
Knight e8.
Oh, queen h.
It's immediately losing rook f7, queen h5, even knight e4 plus 8.
Wow.
So let's take
Good
a look at
morning,
rook f7.
St. Louis.
Yes.
And queen
Queen
h5, and
h5.
computer already says checkmate in 10 moves.
Wow.
Beautiful. No, you don't
did.
want to start the tournament like that.
No, that would be.
Well, Gukesh would love to do that.
Right.
But, so after bishop, we don't have bishop g5.
We
Gukesh
have
played
knight.
knight f3.
Not for anything, but this position has a strange echo with the Magnus game. Because if Magnus had played the move c4, this was the imbalance. We were talking about d5 takes c4, and it has same kind of undertones. Knight f3, how does the engine evaluate the current situation, Nasi?
The current evaluation is 0.5, so some advantage for
Some
white, half a
advantage.
pawn.
Okay.
The big question is, how does black finish development of the
Exactly.
queen side?
And does black have the luxury of first trying to take care of white's activity? Like, for instance, can you go h6 just to cover the g5 pawn? Or
Good
already
prophylaxis move.
Or, yeah, but the problem with that type of move is that you're neglecting the development, and
Yes.
you might get punished very quickly for that.
Right, something like knight e5.
Yeah, just jump
be
in knight
awkward.
e5, and then it's like, oh dear, queen
dear.
f3 is coming.
F4.
White has
rook
so
e1.
many useful moves they
Yeah.
can make. Rook e1, queen d3, even with the ideas of queen d3, and then bring the bishop back to c2 and have both bishops looking at the king side.
Right.
So yeah, black is, I wouldn't say in trouble yet, but definitely has to be careful.
If you don't mind, h7, h6, and
Right.
for our viewers, this is a pattern that they should really hardwire themselves for. Queen d3, if you don't mind.
Right.
knight d7.
Oh,
Bishop
Yasser.
takes h6 is one of
Very
those
nice.
types of sacrifices.
Children are watching the show.
Exactly. I mean, who of us has not done this to somebody? And queen g6.
Yeah.
And that was, I think we've all had these kinds of standard play.
Right, and black
checkmates.
would be maybe okay if knight h7 was a move, but here
Queen takes
queen d6 is a following move. So after king g8, there is no immediate checkmate, but this attack is too strong, and black evaluation is +6.
Yeah.
+6. Something to keep in mind. Bishop takes h6. Thank you, Nasi. As we're just going around the tournament hall here for a second, let me just bring up some of the other games. I'm going to bring up the game of Anish Giri for just a moment, because what Nasi was saying, f2, f4.
Yes, yeah.
Guess what we got on the board?
I know. I was going to say, you know, my
Your
my inner child is very happy that I was proved correct. You know, that the ultimate plan in the Gleck system is named after Igor Gleck.
Yes, Grandmaster Igor Gleck. I had the pleasure of playing him on numerous occasions, actually. a5, a4. Intriguing move. I'm not exactly sure why this space is useful, but there you go. a4. Bishop d2. Okay, that's a very, very patient. For me, I would, I'd be dreaming of playing f5, g4, ASAP, and getting the king side going.
But one of the things I've noticed about modern chess, and it's also something to bear in mind, is that
keep your options.
Exactly, keep your options, keep the tension building.
Exactly.
Because at some point the human mind can't handle anything, and someone will blink first and they will crack and they will make a trade that is actually beneficial for you. I'm usually on the other side where I just can't handle it anymore, and I want the position to clarify.
Yeah, you become impatient. And you're the one giving up the tension with moves like e5 takes f4. Queen d2, I think we've caught up to the play, and I must say, White has succeeded in achieving something. The desirable counter-attacking move d6, d5 is simply impossible to play when f4 takes e5 is available for White. In the meanwhile, the move queen d2, it connects the rooks. Prepares to bring the rook into play, and maybe on a good day we even get to play d4.
And I'm also wondering whether it's a good idea to go moves like rook f3, rook f1.
So I'll put in
keep
a move
threatening this whole concept of pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, so I'm just putting some moves on the board. So you get to do what you want, which is double up your rooks, and then you basically say, look, if you give me the opportunity, I'm going to go smashing through on the king side and sacrifice and exchange brilliantly.
I appreciated the English accent there.
Yes, thank you very much.
Smashing move.
Yes, and it's very, very good. It's very, very good for White. We're going to keep an eye on this one. As, again, we're just going to take a look around the boards. This is the Gukesh Kirill game. No bishop g5s, just h2, bishop g4, h3. Prague and Duda, we mentioned that Jan-Krzysztof, he comes into this event having won a previous edition. Not just won, he won it by 4 points. He dominated. So the local fans will be cheering on his success. If
there was also a neck-to-neck race that he had last year with Magnus Carlsen. Yes, Magnus might have started the blitz with 9 out of 9.
Yeah, that
hurt. But still, it was tete-a-tete with Jan-Krzysztof.
Exactly. And a2, a4, the latest and greatest, but it's pretty balanced for me. What do you have for us, Nasi?
We have a very interesting moment in the game, Vincent against Wei Yi. So opening was pretty normal, but right here, after White castled, looks like Black made already a big inaccurate move h6, and we will get back to that in a moment. Black had this interesting move e4, which I was analyzing. Now, idea is if you go knight g5, Black can take on h2.
Right.
And after king takes, knight g4 check, Black gets the piece back immediately. White also should take the pawn, otherwise it might be too late.
Right.
And just to point out, knight e4 would be losing after queen h4. Pretty big advantage. So queen e4 is the only move with the idea that After queen h4, we have a defense, queen f4 defending h2. But this is still very interesting position, and black should have played this because after knight f6, Arjun says it's very close to equal.
Right.
And if you're an aggressive attacking player, you would prefer black.
Right.
There are even some ideas as to play g5 on the next move.
You'll have to do that because if white tries to go f3, g5 is the answer there, right?
Exactly.
Very good point. So f3 looks like we're pinning the knight, but here black has g5, after which queen d6 or queen c7 looks like the only way to keep the queen on this diagonal.
But knight
Very sharp.
e8?
We have knight e8, and guess what? White can
can't cover
sacrifice the
h2.
queen.
Yeah.
And somehow they have enough compensation for the queen.
Wow, I wouldn't
To-
have guessed that.
Yes, Arjun says it's equal.
Wow.
I would be terrified.
Yeah, I would have been terrified with white here. I felt like was
But
doing well.
Wei Yi didn't play e4. Instead, he went h6, after which knight h4, very strong move, was found by Vincent.
Threatening knight g6 fork.
Yes, knight g6, even knight f5 looks unpleasant. Now,
Rook d8 was played.
Right, and Arjun says rook e8 was slightly better because after knight g6, keep the d8 square available for the queen. Of course, still white's preferable. f7 looks extremely weak. Queen b3. Black is barely defending all these threats.
Wow.
But is it enough to... Because there's no immediate win, right? Unless there's pawn takes.
Somehow there's no immediate win. It's only plus 0.8. But look at
Really?
black's position.
Right? Everything looks very vulnerable. I'm looking at f4, and I would be terrified as black. My piece is just
F4?
Yeah, because you don't actually need to move.
Because I want to
the
go
knight.
f5, dislodge the rook.
Well, this is shocking, but after f4, it's close to equal.
No
He
way.
takes d, and knight b6.
Sorry, I
So-
was going to play f5.
Of course, who needs to take a pawn when we can attack?
But we can counterattack. Knight c5.
Very good.
Oh,
Swish and zig.
oh, what a beautiful
Those
swish and
in-between
zig.
moves.
Yes, and that's a very nice one. Completely missed it.
Absolutely.
Good morning, St. Louis.
But after knight h4, Wei Yi played rook d8.
Oh, wow.
And now white is just completely winning after knight g6.
Which was played?
Which was played. And let's see why is it winning. So if queen goes to e8 now to
It's
keep
absolutely forced.
defending f7, now your move, Yasser, f4 is very strong. It's more than +3 after f4.
Wow.
Okay, maybe we can like fast forward a little bit and see why is it so...
The queen is trapped. So if you take on d4, as in
Most
the
of black pieces are on the last
Yeah,
rank.
yeah, it's ugly. I'm not going to argue for otherwise, but...
But the point is, if you take on d4 now,
Yes.
we take on d4 now,
And then
you
go
rook
rook
e1, and that
you
was
say,
why.
hello, queen.
Exactly.
What you looking at today?
Right. And that was why Nasi was saying you needed the d8
Yeah.
square for the queen, not
That's
the
right,
e8
because,
square.
I mean, you can't untangle whatsoever because you go...
Looks
Knight
grim.
f8, maybe?
If you go knight f8, you still attack the queen.
Oh, yes, and we will win the piece with f5 move.
Yeah, and if you move the queen, I mean...
Well, f takes, this keeps going, but this pawn is very dangerous. You have to play queen e7 only move, but there's so many moves here. I love this idea of bishop b4 and just completely dominating.
Right.
So it looks like Vincent is having a very good start of the tournament.
Thank you for that, Nasi. Knight g6, and where we now understand why Wei Yi is actually stopped, because he's realizing that queen e8 is not a lot of fun, and maybe he has to play queen d6 and just hope, take some chances that, white will not... if white takes, then it's sort of like, whew,
Yeah.
I
traded
kind of,
off some pieces.
and I kind of escaped.
And you're
I-
threatening checkmate on
Exactly.
h2.
Yeah, so maybe he's looking at queen d6.
If queen d6, my issue with that was, can you still pile on the pressure on f7 with queen to b3?
Oof. Good,
I mean-
good point. That is.
But then maybe you're still okay, knight to d...
I'm going to close my eyes.
No, queen takes f7.
And king h7. I'm threatening mate.
So actually, after queen d6, there's a very strong engine move.
Yes.
Knight b5, which I think Vincent just played. He calculates like a machine.
And we do have queen d6 on the board, and knight b5 immediately. No inclusion of the move queen b3, but knight b5 immediately. The queen is trapped. There's no other squares to go to.
You
have to take. And does he want to capture on c8?
Bishop b4 first.
Bishop b4 for, oh. These are thunder blows, hammer blows.
Okay, the queen moves.
But where?
Queen. I can go queen b6.
I wanted to take a bishop.
I wanted to take queen takes bishop as well.
Exactly.
Okay, and
what?
okay, let's
Please,
just show
sure.
what happens after rook takes queen.
Oh, absolutely. With a chess player's delight, as we would say. King h8. King h7. I want to take the pawn. With the evil intention of rook h8 checkmate. Stuck.
Well, I hate to interrupt
But-
this fun, but
We're having a lot of fun.
after queen c8, actually black has this move,
No.
e takes d4.
Queen c8. In this boat, not to take the queen. Do not capture the queen.
Yes,
E5.
you are right in that line. But here after e takes d4, white's advantage mostly disappears.
Wow.
So instead of queen takes c8,
You
much
don't-
stronger move is knight e7 check and taking on c8 with the knight. So king
Oh,
h8, knight takes c8, and
That's a
queen is
tempo.
again in trouble.
And you recover your lost material. All is good in life.
And look at this pawn on f7
Yeah,
too.
Vincent,
And let's take a deeper insight into who is Vincent Keymer.
And there you can see just 19 years old, still a teenager with a universal rating of 2701, which makes him a super grandmaster in my eyes. He became the youngest German grandmaster, and also I do remember him winning one of the biggest chess opens at just the tender age of either 14, 13.
I know, it was scary when he won, and he broke into the chess scene. And German fans just went nuts. They were just so happy to have a player right up there in the world's elite. He's worked with Peter Leko ever since he was a very young chess prodigy, has Vincent. And he comes into this event with great hopes. I love the move knight e7 check, followed by knight takes c8 Nasi, because I love tempos. I love playing with a gain of tempo, and in that line, you're picking up the bishop on c8 with the knight, attacking the queen, and that looks very, very convincing.
but the problem is the queen c8 move that you guys were discussing is so tempting.
Yes.
So we'll see if he will. How much time does he have? He has 16 minutes again, 13 minutes. So enough time to calculate and. Well,
Bishop b4 looks like an absolutely great starting move.
well, here's an interesting thing. If we include bishop b4, then queen c8 doesn't work. But you can start with immediately queen c8.
Okay.
Let's see what the difference is. So now rook c8 will lead to the same lines that you were looking at. King h7, just bishop f7, and black king is in serious trouble.
Right.
There's just no defense. So after queen c8, the difference is when queen was on b6, rook on d8 was defended.
Right.
So black had time to just pick up the pawn on d4.
Right.
Now the best move is to go queen b6. So white is up a tempo that we saved on bishop b4.
Gotcha.
And here white can just come back queen c2. Advantage is more than +2. So still good enough, of course.
Right.
But according to the engine, bishop b4 line that we looked at was a bit stronger because their advantage is over +3.
Gotcha.
So I have a question for you both. Which one's more practical? Because both of them give a winning advantage. And
Right.
one is +3, the other one +2.
Right.
But in the other one, bishop b4, there was some room for error.
Yeah. For me, bishop b4, 100%, absolutely not even to discuss. And the reason is because I'm always looking at opportunities to activate my pieces. And if I can do them with tempo, bishop b4, my bishop on d2 does nothing. Come on,
Yeah.
get a job, get out of the house, do something, get to work. Bishop b4 gets to work. Knight e7 check. Knight takes c8. Give me the pawn on f7. All of these moves just are like, eye candy. I can't
Right.
wait.
But
But-
we did have that brilliant move, queen takes bishop in the air.
Well, let's have a
Wait,
look-see. Bishop b4.
Yes.
Queen, where would you like to
But
go?
this is the thing, when you do attack the queen, you do ultimately improve her to queen to b6. And remember, modern day chess, they like to protect all their pieces, right?
Okay, check. And this is it, though, Jovi. This is
Yeah,
the tempo.
97, that's
And
the
take.
clinical. And I think
That's-
that's very much in Vincent's style.
Because he sees bishop takes f7 as his very next
But-
move, and then he's
But
just
I
going to...
swear, like 70% of us are like, we could be in for the brilliancy prize here.
True.
Queen
True.
takes bishop and
Yes,
woo,
yes.
we're going to go in the history books as
Exactly.
the nicest game ever.
Seriously, it does happen during a chess game. You do get this vibe of, oh my God, I could, be in the brilliancy books, the canons, forever after a move like
Yeah.
queen takes c8 and go down the wrong rabbit hole.
Well, it's decision time though, but
Yes,
I
it
can
is.
see that Nazi has another really fascinating position up on her screen, and I'm
G5.
dying to see if Gukesh has gone crazy with the G-pawn.
Absolutely. In Gukesh's game, everything looked very solid. We had that isolated d4 pawn position, and all of a sudden g4, which is engine approved, and now it looks like this pawn alone just takes up so much space that white has a huge space advantage. And even though there is no immediate checkmate attacks or anything, white just continues to develop and play logical moves, and computer gives more than +1 advantage. What do you think, Yasser? Would you be afraid in this position with the black pieces?
Yeah, I'm kind of on the back foot, and I feel that I have a lot of, straightening things out is the way I would describe it. And I'm a little bit afraid that this g5 pawn as a battering ram is really disruptive. I would not be a happy camper here.
I'm also afraid that this d-pawn is going to take one step forward as well.
One day,
just
yes.
cut the queen from the defense of her king.
Right.
So we're absolutely not worried that g5 weaken white's king side?
Yes. It was, as Korchnoi would say, a responsible decision. You have made a responsible decision. You always have the fear that you're creating more weaknesses, but for the moment, there's nothing next to the white king. In fact, just as you were mentioning, queen on a5 could easily get cut off and shut out of the game. By the way, what are you going to do
It's
about
certainly a
h4,
big
h5?
commitment.
Yes,
Big commitment. So
absolutely.
Okay,
It
so
is.
if you
Gukesh is
start
playing
motoring
for
h4.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And I
H4,
was wondering,
H5.
this is the type of position where black just has to burn the bridges, right? And start giving up material just in order to initiate chaos.
Right.
So immediately h4 seems very logical.
Very logical.
The reason we need to spend time on rook d1 is because black has some kind of counterplay with queen b4 and putting pressure on c4 and d4 and
Gotcha.
possibly even just all of fourth rank. Black's queen is the only active piece at the moment, but it's
Right.
doing a great job. So of course I would be happy to sacrifice this pawn because I love to attack and give up my pawns.
Happy to sacrifice. Sacrilege.
I wouldn't be happy at all. My instinct is always b3. Man, I gotta learn how to lose control.
Queen h3. Still
Queen
some
h3,
initiative.
yes. White is still close to +1 because after knight d5, white just goes h5, even allows queen g4, the queen trade, and says that white is still better because of these pawns after rook d1. We also have, of course, two bishops, so that's some compensation for the pawn. But
was-
mostly
D7
it's
coming.
these pawns.
I was thinking g6 was what it was all about, and rook d1 is a very safe move, I would say.
G6 is also good, but black can trade once and then go knight e5. Then
Force
you
you.
can even take on f7, and it's unpleasant,
Right.
but it's holdable according to the engine.
I loved rook d1 because you know you've got to
Just
put your
keeping
rooks.
all
You
of
got to
the-
put your rooks on the 7th rank. That's what we're all taught
Right.
in high school, right?
Right. Junior high.
Yeah, I agree with Jovi, but also after knight e8, immediately rook d1 is even better than
Then h4. So once again, rook to d1,
Right.
kind of protecting the pawn on d4, putting the ball in black's court and saying, what are you going to do?
Is d5 a threat?
Well, you got knight e5 as the tempo, right?
Yeah. But I was thinking down the line.
Okay.
So
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 do you
let's make some
start
moves
with...
for black. Maybe rook d8?
Sure. A very, very logical move. Yeah.
Would we go h4 here?
Yeah.
Right, start
Let's go.
h4.
Okay, let's go bishop back to b8.
All right, very good. Job is creating counterplay. Queen
Look,
c7,
look, look.
right? That's a very interesting idea. So let's try h5.
Fine.
Yeah, but it might be just one check. Okay, let's go.
Queen c7. And
Let's
oh
challenge.
my God, guess what?
G6.
Computer's top two moves are king f1 and queen h1.
No, queen h1. Incredible.
Alpha zero, Jovi. I would be
I would
reaching
play
for the
G6.
G6 pawn, you know, with
Absolutely.
both hands. Both
So-
hands, arms, and toes.
Yeah, king.
The check is unpleasant, but like Jovi said, maybe it's just one check at the moment.
You can take the pawn on g6, can't you? Unless something terrible is going to be happening.
Taking on
and
g6?
Then, yeah, and
So
then,
computer suggests king h8 is the best move.
oh,
Just
is-
chill.
Which is difficult move to make. You're just giving up an f7 pawn. But let's take a look at h takes. H takes. Yeah, looks like here.
Wow, I see
I
your
see.
eval bar just went
Right.
through
yeah,
the
because
roof.
you can't defend f7 because my instinct was knight d6, but then bishop f4.
Ooh.
Yes, bishop f4 is definitely the key move in a lot of lines. And also, if you try to defend by going to f6, there's bishop g5. Either take first, pin the rook, and then
Bishop
just develop.
G5.
And white king seems safe. Black just doesn't have enough pieces to actually put white king in danger.
Yeah.
Wow. We'll keep our eye on this one. I wanted to turn to the game between Magnus and Arjun for just a moment and see how that position resolved itself. After Magnus's knight c3, a surprise decision for me, h7, h6, just returning the favor of what are you going to do with your queen's bishop. You can't go bishop f4, you can't go bishop g5. Well, let me take the two bishops and play c2, c3 as recompense. The knight on e4. See, one of the things about the knight, the quality of the knight is when it's centralized on a beautiful outpost such as e4, it's full compensation for the bishop, full stop, end of story. So knight e4, very, very good move, followed by bishop f5. And to my eyes and my way of thinking, black should be pleased out of the opening. He's done very, very well for himself. Rook e7, bishop f1, rook e8, rook c1, a7, a6, queen b3. Magnus is trying to fish around, saying, look, I've got the two bishops.
Yeah.
Show me what you've got, essentially.
Right. And is there a threat with his last move of taking that pawn on b7?
Okay, is it a
That's-
threat?
Yeah, well, this is the thing, you know, because...
Okay, let me throw the move that I wanna throw out there. I wanna go knight g3.
Okay, so
Let's
get greedy, right?
Yeah,
this is
let's
why we
greedy.
have the analysis board and
let's
power.
take a bishop.
And now one takes.
So I'm hoping you'll reach for your king. So I want to ensnare your queen. Like I don't give up pawns lightly, as you know.
And now you can go
Rook to b8.
rook to b8.
And
yeah.
the queen is well and truly trapped, right? Maybe that's not the whole story because knight g3, there are other things you can do, including just trading and letting me take. At the end of the day, my pawn on b7 will be hanging. After the move queen b3, well, I don't really like it. Bishop c8. I don't like knight d8. I don't like playing the move b6 because I feel like the pawn on a6. And if I play b5, maybe I'm giving you something to bite on with the move a4.
Right.
So
But how
Magnus
dangerous
is
is
needlesome. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, okay, and sure enough,
b5
b5
on the board.
because this was really interesting because, yeah, it looks like a4 is going to be very, very strong.
Right.
You do have the counter-attacking knight a5.
Sure.
And then you're able to go c6 and solidify that pawn structure.
I do note a huge discrepancy on the clock. 12 minutes for, if I'm reading it right, 12 minutes for Arjun, 6 minutes for Magnus. So a 2-to-1 advantage in Black's favor on the clock. So a2, a4. And the challenge is, as you said, knight a5, right? Mm-hmm. Can I be annoying. Let's put it that way. So queen a2, no c6 because I do have queen, knight a5, by the way, on the board. Queen b4 was Magnus's response. Gift me the knight.
Right.
So everybody would take. Everybody would take.
Knight c4.
Everybody would kick the knight away.
And now knight takes
e3, rook takes e3. And even though I've got damaged pawns over here, this is a weakness. This is maybe a serious weakness. And c7 as well. Good day, knight e5. Has Magnus somehow gained an advantage in his slippery way of playing this one, Nasi?
You know, he's trying.
He's trying.
Now, it's still more or less equal. Arjun is doing great, and he has time advantage, which is very impressive.
Okay.
But it's very hard to take eyes off of this game between Vincent and Wei Yi.
Let's do it.
We did see immediate queen takes c8 without including bishop b4.
Gotcha.
But here's a very interesting moment. After queen b6, Vincent gave check knight e7. And here, best move was king h8, but Wei Yi played king f8, after which bishop b4 would have been extremely strong. However, it's tricky because it allows bishop d6.
Right.
And there's so many pieces hanging, so many discovery moves, very hard to calculate, of course, in rapid game. But if white found queen d6, bishop d6, queen d6, knight f5, advantages over +2. Very complicated position. So it's not difficult to miss all this. And Vincent played knight f5, which is a good-looking move, but Engine very much disagrees. After knight f5, 2 question marks.
2 question marks.
Yes, and
looks so reasonable.
I agree. It's a very logical-looking move. It's also pretty because of the rook c8 checkmate. It's just
Right.
so.
And in conjunction with bishop b4 check, Black has to make the move he makes, which is g7,
G6. Only move, but a very good move, because now, after we give a check on b4, king ends up just hiding on g7. And it's a much better square on g7 than in the other lines when we're looking, and king had to go to h8.
Wow.
So after this, guess what the evaluation is, Yasser?
If you say triple zeros.
I won't say it then, but that is
Right?
the evaluation, yes.
But excuse me.
Yes.
After the move g7, g6, with my bishop on a2, I've got to tell you, I'm eyeballing the f7 pawn. So the natural move to my eyes would be bishop b4 check.
Right.
You'd have to move your king. Knight takes h6 check. So I'm thinking in my mind, aren't I a genius because I'm attacking f7?
Well,
But
the
your
problem
queen
now
is being
is
attacked,
double
though.
attack. Yes,
Exactly.
both queen and the knight are hanging.
I have to...
So you're just going to drop the queen back.
I was going to drop the
in
queen
for the
back.
penny, in for the pound.
C2 or C3?
C2.
Okay, C2, and Black's just going to
And
pick it
now
up.
grab the pawn on F7.
F7.
Threatening mate. And I'm thinking, aren't I the one generating the play? But the computer's going to say,
Yeah, but the
no!
Black
but
has
the
only one
computer's-
move here.
E4.
E4.
Yes, because of E4, Black is fine. Otherwise, you're right, Yasser, White would be completely crushing.
But even this position,
E4.
I mean, how easy is this to defend? Because also I'm looking at, F3,
Well,
involving the rooks.
King goes quickly back to safety on G7, and all of a sudden,
I'm empty-handed.
yeah, exactly, we're missing some key pieces like the knight.
But just
attack.
pursue the position for a moment, because it just looks crazy. Bishop takes g6. Let's go.
Oh, we're sacrificing
In for a
more.
penny, in for a pawn. Take my bishop, make me happy.
Okay, I
or
will
proud.
take.
Take the pawn.
Take on E4.
And how many pawns do I have for two
Two
pieces?
pieces.
4 pawns.
Yeah, but this is
That's
really
not a good
no, but it's dangerous because
Yeah.
we also take a look at whether this bishop on b8 is involved in the defense, and it's
Right.
kind of not.
So we could play rook f5
The
and
problem
make
here is
pretense.
because we sacrifice so many pieces, if we start pushing
Yeah, he's
forward,
gonna
Black can
sacrifice
sacrifice back.
back.
Exactly, 95, and then our attack kind of fizzles and Black pieces start to improve very quickly.
Remarkable. Now keep in mind that everything that we've just analyzed, we've put it on the board, we've evaluated, it's clear to us. you're sitting at the board and you're moving the pieces in your mind and you're trying to make a judgment. I just sacrificed a piece, sacrificed a second piece. I got all these pawns. The king is exposed. If you don't see the move e5, e4, which is easy to miss, right? Because you're going munch, munch, munch.
Yeah, but even then, I would still think it's worth it.
To invest time.
To invest time and maybe even
Right.
to go into that position, because you're thinking, you're just balancing those odds, right? It's going to be easier to attack in that position than defend, with the king being so exposed and with the clocks ticking down.
We are caught up with the players. Bishop b4 check, king g8 was played. The moment of truth stands before us. Do we go for knight takes h6 check? Maybe a false path. Maybe that's just simply a bad move, and maybe we have to go to knight e7 check. We're going to keep an eye on this game, as I want to go back to our marquee matchup and just see how Magnus Carlsen is doing against truly one of the great junior champions and the #1 rated player from India. We left the game, after the move queen b4. Knight c4, no trade of queens. Knight c4 was Arjun's decision. b2, b3, knight takes e3, rook takes e3. The move that you like, the solid, stable c7, c6 was played, just keeping the structure intact. By the way, I note that no trade of the queens, because actually those double pawns were that position with the double pawns was very favorable for white. Rook e1 and 8 minutes to 4 minutes.
Yes.
Arjun is doing a great job.
He is doing a great job, and there you can see right there in the middle there are some numbers, and there you can see that is 96.7% accuracy for Arjun, whereas Magnus 97%. So this is a very precise game from both players. No one has gone wrong.
Yeah, even though they're playing rapid chess and they don't have as much time as in a classical match, their accuracy is still extraordinary. Rook e1.
Big threat on the board. If queen takes queen, we've got to point that out.
Oh, yes. So this is not a time for wasting a move. With the threats of the doubled rooks, oops, queen takes, knight takes, and there is a rook. So I don't know, does black keep the tension? We can move the queen, drop back. In that case, I think knight e5 might be very, very disturbing. I was thinking more along the lines of rook e6, just saying, okay, let's keep the tension and see how things go. Not too much excitement here. Turn it back over to you, Nasi. I see that just very good play by both sides. No great action.
Yes, indeed. And as you were saying here, black can play queen d8 and not trade the queens, and positions close to equal. But the best option for black is to trade first and then play prophylaxis move f6 to not allow knight e5. And because of the doubled pawns, white does not have any advantage here. Black has very active pieces. Knight on e4 is fantastic, and there's just not too many ideas left in the position. I will show this one line that looks interesting, because it looks like white might be winning a piece, but there's this tactical reason why it's not working. Black plays g5 and traps knight on h4. So if we take on e4, g takes h4, and then we are pinned again and can't take on d5. So here, very messy pawn structure, but black is doing absolutely fine.
Lovely, thank you for that. Well, not action here. Vincent, let's see. Vincent did, by the way, after the move g7, g6, he did play the move knight e7 check, king to g7, drop back with his queen, queen c2, and we've caught up with the players. Visually, I'm thinking, is bishop takes f7 a threat?
Yes. Visually and and physically, it looks like a massive threat.
It's Arjun's best move.
Bishop takes f7. Let's
Okay, bishop
go.
takes f7.
By the way, clock times in this one also very favorable for black. 6 minutes to 3. Over to you, Nasi. But is opportunity knocks here for?
It indeed does, but with 3 minutes on the clock, it's a risky move to make, bishop f7. Black has only one correct move here. When I was looking at it, it looked like black had knight e5 and d3, two options, but knight e5 is not as good as d3 because we take on d4, and then a lot of sacrifices begin, and I'm guessing this diagonal is pretty weak and we can get the piece back. So after bishop f7, d3, according to the engine, is the only correct move, with the idea that now if we accept the pawn sacrifice, knight e5 comes with a discovery move, double attack tempo, and black would be winning here. So after d3, white has to just defend the bishop, queen b3. And this also looks very good for white. We just picked up f7 pawn, g6 pawn is extremely weak. But black has this very interesting counterplay with d2.
Wow, I would have been so dismissive.
Absolutely, it's not an intuitive move.
No.
The idea is if we take bishop d2, black
Knight
has
d5.
queen d6, triple attack on the bishop, the pawn, and the knight.
Dang. And by the way, bishop f7, we may be going down this variation. By the way, the move bishop takes d2, allowing queen d6, I wouldn't have allowed. I would have thought rook to d1?
Rook c2 is the best move according to the engine.
Okay, sure, move the rook.
And black continues with just annoying white pieces and putting pressure on them, just a5.
No way. So after bishop takes g6, threatening queen f7, you're going to play
But you know,
knight
rook
e5?
c2?
I'm going to take on b4.
What? And just challenge?
But rook c2 is such a strange move, I must say, because you're literally allowing the knight to jump into e5 with tempo. You're threatening d1 queen, and you've literally blocked your own promotion square. So I think that rook to d1, way more logical.
Absolutely agree with Jovi. Rook c2 is a very artificial looking move.
Weird one,
rook
to
d1.
Please, d2,
Right, so if queen f7 check, just king h8, and h7 is protected, g8 is protected, so how do we checkmate?
Bishop f5, knight
Bishop
e5?
f5 looks like the only move, but yes, knight e5 is very good. And here, white has to trade some pieces, otherwise black is completely winning. And somehow this position says equal, even though black is about to promote, but I'm guessing white has a perpetual check.
Wow.
The king cannot run too far.
What an extraordinary line. In this position, we do see the artificial stance of the rook on c2 versus the rook on d1.
But you guys didn't take it. I was like, wow.
We'll keep an eye on this one. We do have bishop takes f7, but we also have another game that we haven't paid too much attention to, and that's our game, the Gluck variation with f5. And let's catch up with what's going on. Anish, Giri on the black side, and f5 got played, and it looks like g5.
And now the demolition sacrifice, and here it comes, g5.
That was a juicy sacrifice, that queen 8. Okay, so Anish is hoping to wriggle on the back row, Exactly. I do see a checkmate, by the way, which is a kind of a funny one, just to take it, if I'm really gullible. And, there's a reason why I put the bishop on d8. Well, not me, but okay. Queen a2 on the board, and pick up the action here after this one. Nasi, to my eyes, white is killing it, but it needs some precision.
Yes, so it looks like queen a2 was the big mistake. After
it was a mistake, in fact. Okay,
yes,
sorry.
Engine gives +5 here. Obviously, very big advantage, but looks like if Anish found rook f1 first with the idea to play queen a1 after, advantage is not so big for white here. But I think, practically speaking, in a rapid game, white would be also the favorite in this position.
Just to interrupt you to say time pressure is a big deal here. 1 minute for Anish. Sorry, Jovi.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say the same. And how does white finish the job here?
After queen a2.
After queen a2, because we did see there are some dangers.
Trickies.
Yeah, so for instance, is g6 a terrible move?
White has many good moves. f6 is the best, but let's check out g6 because that looks very natural. G6 is not the best because Anish has this trick set up with Queen B1.
And if you just move the rook just to cover H1, some random square.
So let's say G3, move
Yeah,
up.
for
Yeah,
example, just to see.
Then just knight F6, and somehow after G7, King G8, black is holding. It's hard to break through here.
Yeah, the desirable Queen H6 is
Yeah.
just not
Just not
untapped.
available.
Yeah, so F3, sorry, F6.
F6.
So F6 is stronger with the idea to, I'm guessing, just push F7 and then play G6. So
Right.
black doesn't manage to set up any kind of blockade. And now black's counterplay, let's take a look at Queen B1. Still, Rook G3 is a very good move, defending both G1 and H1 squares, and
Right.
his pawns are unstoppable now. We can also, if needed, we can use the bishop, because first line here is Rook A7, just to drop back for defense, but white brings in even more pieces into the attack, and
Nice.
black cannot survive this position.
F7, G6 coming up after Queen A2. Nodirbek is
Nodirbek
thinking
has
about
10 minutes,
F6
so he has a lot of time to figure out how to continue his attack.
all the time in the world. Now, the more you look at it, the more F6 looks just so nice. With the bishop on H6, you also have ideas that you get to play bishop to G7 check, as well as just F7 and G6. Could be a very, very good start. By the way, Nodirbek coming from Malmö, Sweden, where he came from behind and won a wonderful tiebreak in Malmö for the TP Sigmund round robin tournament that just took place there. So our congratulations to him.
Yep, and you can see him on the camera. And let's find out more about this young talent from Uzbekistan. Just 19 years old with a universal rating of 2771. He actually entered the top 5 of the FIDE rating list for the first time. And in 2021, he entered the Guinness Book of Records by becoming the youngest ever world rapid chess champion.
And he did it in style. He defeated Magnus Carlsen in that event. I was watching the game live at the time, and I was thinking to myself, who is this kid? He's just playing boss chess.
And by the way, F6, as you can see on the camera, it was indeed played.
Queen B1, Rook G3 immediately played.
Did you see that nod of the head?
I got this.
I've got this one. He's reached that moment where in his mind it's game over.
Exactly. He's got H1 covered as well as G1, the two crucial squares, this queen and rook, all dressed up, but nowhere to go.
Right, and I can see time trouble is brewing on several
40
of the
seconds,
boards.
yes.
40 seconds for Anish Giri, and his position is dire, but there's also time trouble for Kirill Shevchenko with the black pieces against Gukesh. Under a minute there.
Okay, we're going to leave at this game, but it does look like Anish in big trouble. F7, G6, and G7.
No, let's stay here because
You'd like to stay here
look,
because of the
20
clock.
seconds.
Rook A2. Okay, Rook A2. That just invites bishop to D1, just maintaining the protection of the C2 pawn. Bishop to D1. You could chase me, but then my bishop would go to H5. Sorry.
Okay, but then
Okay,
I think he's banking on this pattern. So bishop D1, rook
Yes.
A1, chase you
A1.
away. And then the
Pause
bishop
here
comes.
for a second.
Yes.
I'm thinking of F7.
Okay, well,
let's go.
well, let's do it.
Let's have some fun.
And
You can take my bishop if you'd like. I
what
would
else
take
can
it.
you do?
And then the idea was
Jeez.
I was going to have two connected pass pawns on the 7th.
And I say, good game.
Very good. Yeah. You're a grandmaster chef.
Okay, well, we have some moves.
Oh, we do. I've got to refresh my board. Apologies, everybody.
No, I think you...
Oh my gosh, he sacrificed his
His queen.
queen. He went F7, rook takes C2,
G6. Beautiful
G6,
stuff.
and he didn't even recapture the rook.
Wow.
He just said, look, I've got a checkmate.
It is
Wow.
indefensible. Bishop F6, G7.
That's
gonna be
finishing
checkmate.
with style. I mean, I
Nodirbek
love
is playing
that.
a brilliant chess, absolutely top moves.
Wow. See, I'm really glad that we stayed to watch this game.
Well, It had everything. It had artistry, time travel, 5 seconds.
I just want to say
G7
a brilliant decision
coming,
made.
and we see a handshake.
A handshake and a big smile, because that was a gorgeous finish. When you think about brilliancies, I must confess, I saw the move rook a2, threatening the pawn on c2, pinning the queen to my king, and instinct reached out to bishop d1. I did appreciate the power of the passed pawns. I didn't even realize, though, that it was so good.
You could give up everything.
Could give up a queen. Lovely finish. Very, very nice. And congratulations to Nodirbek. What else you got for us, Nasi?
All right, what a great game by Nodirbek. But let's take a look at Vincent's game. We left it about here where we're looking at d2, which wasn't played because it's a very difficult move to make, very artificial. So Wei Yi played knight e5. As you can see, it is considered as a mistake. Bishop g6, strong move. d2 now, and both players under 1 minute. So we can't expect them to find the best moves here.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane position. And Vincent made a mistake. According to the engine, bishop d2 here was not the right move to make. He had to play rook c5, the only move to keep a huge advantage. Very difficult move indeed, allowing knight g6.
Yep.
But then idea is knight f5 check, kicking the king to h8, only move, and then queen f7, and the attack continues. Very dangerous position for black.
Right.
But we had bishop takes d2 instead, rook takes, bishop e1. So at the moment in this position, engine says it's triple zeros.
No, really?
Yes, so materially white sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns.
Right.
But looks like black king is completely open, and it's
Naked king, yeah.
definitely easier for white to play this position in time trouble. So we have a couple more moves on the board. And yeah, players are just blitzing at the moment. They both have around 30 seconds on the clock. A lot of mistakes were made, but...
And more to come. Bishop
right.
b1, knight c4, knight f5 check, king h8, rook d1, rook takes d1, and finally, for Wei Yi, what a pleasure it is to get the bishop out so that the rook could at last develop. And even though black has a naked king, there aren't any pieces right now to deliver.
Well, engine still prefers white.
Still prefers
I think
white.
on a practical level, you would
I would
prefer
like.
white as well, because, yeah, there's no immediate checkmating idea, but you can just start building. And we do see the knight retreat to f5.
Okay.
I was thinking moves like h3, to be honest.
Right, just to make sure you have a little luft.
Cover the squares as well.
By the way, my
huge mistake now on the board, knight b2. I think that's a bit greedy. What he had to do was play rook d8 and force some trades. But after knight b2, it looks like queen b4 is a very strong move, which is not easy to spot with no time on the clock.
He didn't play it. He did play instead rook c1, knight c4, a4. And I see the players are 22 seconds and 20 seconds each. We have to take a look at the
and you can see the Wei
bird's eye
Yi,
view of the
clock's
there you
ticking
have
down.
it. Ooh. See, this part of the game is the one that the spectators really don't see enough of. It's nerves. When your clock is ticking and you have virtually no time, it's so easy just to blunder. I mean, because
such a sharp position as well. But
exactly.
There we can see a takes b5 played by Vincent.
G8.
Still so little time on the clock.
Knight to d2. By the way, Wei Yi playing very, very calmly, I want to say. He's taking his time.
Queen f7 is a winning move.
Queen f7, he's missed it. He's played the move queen b4, which looks...
It looks delightful. You're attacking the knight.
Right.
You're threatening queen h4 check.
But there is knight f3 check on... Oh, sorry.
Takes the bishop.
Took the bishop.
Good move by Wei Yi.
Because queen h4 check can now be met with knight h7. Without the bishop on b1, I've got no issues. And who's down on time? Knight e7. Where did that move come from? Attacking the rook.
And just to update you on another set of results, Gukesh has lost his game against Kirill Shevchenko.
Knight e7, by the way, looks like a blunder.
It was a
Rook
blunder,
g4.
but only because of knight c3,
Knight
which was not
c3.
played.
We were
10
threatening
seconds.
knight e2. And the players, you know, bishop takes h2. I've got queen d6 check.
King f1 or king h1 here
He's
needs
played
to
it.
be played.
He's played king f1. 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
And counting down
Still
fast.
a difficult job for Wei Yi to defend this
Oh,
one.
absolutely.
Queen comes to e6, attacking the knight. What is happening here?
I must say that for the moment, it feels like black's pieces are at least active.
Well, they're somewhat in contact with the king, which is what you want. But
Exactly.
talking about that, rook c8 played, the king
I've got knight
going
g8.
to move to g7,
Oh,
knight to f5.
Knight to
Where's
f5.
the king hiding?
Exactly. King h7, walking into a discovered. Oh, I've got queen e4. I missed knight d4 check, queen to e4.
And white can trade queens there and play the endgame.
He's done it. He's played knight to d4 and queen e4. You say trade queens and play the ending?
Yes,
Three
most of
connected
the-
passed pawns, and he's done that.
Most of the danger has disappeared after the queens came off.
I don't know.
Danger for who?
For both.
But there's still a lot of danger as well, because for black, he has to hold off those 3 connected passed pawns.
That's going to be a
That's going
difficult
to
job.
be a very difficult job
Yes.
with seconds left on the clock, 8 seconds. So I'm going to...
Counting now, you still like white's practical chances.
I think white has
Queen takes
excellent
e4, knight
chances.
takes e4 on the board.
He will have to sacrifice back his piece at the right moment for some of the pawns.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there you see
G3. Kind of inspiring the sacrifice, but guess what? There is rook c7 check, and rook takes b7 on the
King
agenda.
G2 is also on the agenda as well, so the sacrifice has to happen now. Indeed, it's been played.
Knight takes g3.
And it's instructive the way that he keeps the bishop on the board. The bishop
Exactly.
is such a fantastic piece. And I think now is the moment where Wei Yi can just simply breathe a sigh of relief.
Right. Because the desirable rook a8 to take away the pawns could be met by a6. Trade down,
Yeah.
trade the pawns off the board, and you can sacrifice the bishop for the e-pawn. This game looks like it's heading towards a draw after the move a6. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Do you have other results?
No other results, but I can see it is time scramble galore in the other games.
And we have seen a6, by the way.
And we do see a result from Magnus Carlsen against Erigaisi. It did end in a draw.
I didn't see the finish, but up to the moment that we kept our eyes on the game, that looked like a very, very good game for not just a rapid chess, but I mean almost like classical chess. They played with astounding accuracy as the players reflect on maybe a missed opportunity. We're back at the Wei Yi game, but I must say this looks really, really balanced. Do you have any other
Maybe
actions
we can
for
go
us?
to Praggnanandhaa against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Much more interesting
Praggnanandhaa
situation.
has had the upper hand for quite a while, but as you can see,
This last move, queen d5.
very nice move.
Yeah, I was
Trying
about to
to
say,
eliminate the danger.
take a look at that long diagonal. Queen takes g2 checkmate. Queen f2 defending, and it's 2 versus 2, but this knight on g4 is kind of hovering around the black king. Counter chances. Nasi, are you going to tell me this is one of those positions where it's balanced once again?
Big throw on the board there.
0-0s?
Queen
Whoop.
g3 with the idea of knight to f6.
Queen g3 was a great move, threatening knight f6, but evaluation is dead equal, 3 zeros.
3 zeros.
But
King
practically
h8.
speaking, black king can get checkmated, and black can also maybe promote the c-pawn. So I think this game is still playing for 3 results, even though Engine claims it to be very equal.
I'm seeing a repetition at the moment.
Wow.
As we've just seen a check to the h4, king went back to g8, queen to g3, the king sidestepping the threat of knight f6 with king h8. And the clock time, 7 seconds.
7 seconds, and
versus
players
30
are
seconds.
going down the repetition route. moment for Praggnanandhaa.
And
yeah,
that
he
looks
does
like
repeat.
3-time.
And we do see a draw agreed on the board. Ooh, that was some great resourcefulness that from Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because he was in big trouble at some points.
He was in there. So we do have Kirill defeating Gukesh, our challenger there. Wow. And we have one game remaining, and that is the Vincent game. Vincent's enjoying an extra pawn, but I must say rook and bishop versus rook and knight should be a draw, essentially.
Yeah. And one of the things that Wei Yi can simply do is trade off the bishop for the pawn if it gets too annoying.
Exactly.
And that is just an elementary draw.
Exactly. Also, and now that I realize it, while maybe it's not something you necessarily want to do, taking the knight, and you're in a beautiful rook and pawn ending a pawn down, but technically a drawn position. Knight c4 on the board. Well, here I'm not sure I hesitate. I just play rook to g3 in order to keep the king cut along the third rank. 11 seconds, so definitely Wei Yi keeping things interesting.
Well, he's offering a trade of rooks.
Okay, I'm not going to accept. I'll probably play rook to d5,
and,
tickle the bishop.
It has been played. And
Where
the bishop
are you
can
going?
just, I can go anywhere, right? It can go.
Yeah, but now I get to disturb you a little bit. Rook to d6 check. Go back, go back. You bother me, boy.
Well, indeed, that has been played. The king does drop back to e7.
And something like rook c6. Who knows? I am going to play e5 one day. You are going to sacrifice your bishop. Rook b6.
Rook b6. Yeah, but the rook can just dance around, and there you see the bishop moves to the center, attacking the rook.
Yep.
It's a beautiful construction. The bishop stands perfectly placed.
Yep.
And whenever the white king comes too close, it will be checked away
From
by
D1.
the rook.
Gotcha. Mostly it's been a Wei Yi who's gone down to under 10 seconds. But I saw there, maybe for the first time, Vincent actually went under 10 seconds. And we see rook to a c1, attacking the knight. As you were mentioning, the king can go to d3. King to d3 attacks the bishop, defends the knight, and that would precipitate rook d1 check.
Yep. And
9 seconds for Vincent.
okay, knight comes. Okay, danger, be careful.
Alert.
Knights are crafty. The knight is coming to f5, as Yasser is indicating.
With a fork against the king and the bishop. Knight f5 alert. Oh, those tricky knights. Bishop back to f6, sidestepping the threat. Check.
Is the king going to step up? Yes, indeed, it does. And now the black king is threatening to come up to e5, munch on the pawn on e4. As long as the pawn on e4 disappears, you can afford to lose your bishop.
Okay, knight e3. Still, Vincent is trying craftily to play knight to g4 and or knight to d5.
It's also interesting because they can't offer draws. They have to find some kind of repetition. In this
Exactly.
position.
Exactly.
Although Vincent will keep trying some tricks, of course.
Sure.
And how many moves are the players on? Like, what is the point where we need to be thinking about the 50-move rule?
The last,
pawn
so
move.
any capture or any pawn move resets the 50-move rule. So what was the?
We are far away from that. They're currently on move 67.
Yeah, sure.
And
they probably need to get to a century before the 50-move rule becomes.
Yeah. And what was the longest game ever played on the Grand Chess Tour? Oh, there was that. There was Magnus against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. That's 130
In the playoff,
something.
right?
Wow. Yeah, that sounds right. I remember Magnus grinding Hikaru Nakamura down in a rook ending that seemed to last for 12 hours, but it was probably closer to 6.
And what's your longest game?
Oh my gosh. I think I did something like 210. I had an adjournment that lasted 5 days.
Yes.
I know. It's crazy. The Olympiad in 1988.
So every evening you would go back?
Every morning.
Every morning.
It was terrible. My team captain, the Chinese team captain, would stoically go to the playing hall at 8 in the morning, and we would play 20 moves and then adjourn.
Yeah.
It was a queen ending.
I was
a pawn up.
I don't think we can do better than 5 days, but
I know.
Can we do better than 210?
I don't know. I'm sure we can. This players.
Vincent just pushed e5, so the count restarts.
Yes. Here, I don't really hesitate. I take on e5. The rook and bishop versus rook has chances, but rook and knight, I really don't believe in at all. By the way, he did not. So he is encouraging Vincent to play on.
Well, this is the question, right? When you have this type of position, do you take it into something where it is a draw?
I take on e5.
And here it comes.
Yeah, I take on
taking
e5.
on e5.
I would have done it last move. This move was perfectly fine. The timing's perfectly fine. You get this position. Rook and knight. Famously, it has been won by 2 players. Garry Kasparov defeated Judith Polgar, and Magnus Carlsen defeated Erwin Lamy at the Tata Steel. And it was a real shock defeat for Erwin. Erwin really fell into one of those nasty, nasty little traps. Look up those games. But in principle, it should be a comfortable draw.
Mm-hmm. And he's reaching for the rook.
I have a question. In this endgame, is it still 50 moves or is it 75?
50.
50.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's once they played 75 moves, the arbiter has to step in and declare the game draw.
Yes, because the players are not keeping a score sheet. But I do believe, well, what I would do, of course, if I was in black shoes, I would play like 30 moves. Then I'd say, I've played 50. And the arbiter says, no, you haven't. You've played 42. And I'm going to give your opponent an extra minute or 2 for a false claim.
Yeah.
I go, okay, give my opponent an extra minute or 2 for my purposefully false claim because I want to know, how close I am. And that's perfectly legit.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
how you do
It's
it.
a little bit shady, though.
I think it's just perfectly natural that you want to know
totally.
how many moves you've got to go.
And there we see the Black King running. And this is very nice, the way that Wei Yi has done it. He's put his rook on h5 in order to keep the king tied down to the defense of this knight.
Exactly. And again, it's all about, you're just stalling for moves at this point. You want to make as many moves as you can.
Run. Oh.
I'm surprised. I would have run. King b5. As we watch this game come to its conclusion, let's just recap the round for the viewers who may have been joining us late. We've had 2 decisive games.
We have had 2 decisive games. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, he did beat Anish, Giri in a stunning game. Beautiful finish. Sacrificed the queen, well worth playing through.
Yes.
And it was also a win for Kirill Shevchenko, the lowest rated player in the field. He won with the black pieces against Gukesh.
Upsetting the challenger.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we didn't quite catch the finish of that.
No,
but,
we did not.
What happened was the Gukesh was in a better position, but in time trouble, he just simply blundered.
That happens to us all. Rook to g5, king to e4. When was the last capture? Bishop takes e5, it was. So was that around move 70-ish or so?
Yeah, let's have a look. So the players on move 91.
Yes.
Bishop takes e73.
So 123 is our magic number. Once the players reach 123, if there's not a checkmate or a win of the rook, then the game will be declared drawn. Knight e3. And essentially, one of the winning drawing techniques, one of the good techniques, is you want to keep your rook as far away from your king as possible. Mm-hmm. You don't want to walk into a knight fork like knight c3 check. If your rook was somewhere hovering in the nearby, let's say, you could be forked.
Yep, and it's very nice, this whole thing of keeping the knight on e4 honest by just pinning the knight and the king. Yes. Yeah, constantly tying down the king to the protection of its knight. Right. And you just wait with your king, like you say, you run away. Don't run away into the corner.
Right.
Don't do that.
Yes, try to stay away from the side of the board. Stay away from the corners. That will get you into danger. King, b6.
The same goes for a rook and king versus rook and queen. It's a good idea to hold the third row.
Yes.
And once you get pushed back to the second, then it's a problem.
Yeah.
But until that point, you can put up a lot of moves in defense.
Rook c2 followed by rook c5 check. Kind of an indication that Vincent's coming up dry. Okay, at last we see the move rook to e5. An indication that now the king is ready to go to d5, and we're hoping as white that you'll be able to corral the king, maybe push him to the side of the board.
But the players have passed the 100 move mark, which means 23 moves remaining. So this round has had it all. We've had a marathon, we've had an epic game, we've had a brilliancy.
A sparkling tactical brilliancy with Nodirbek sacrificing his queen.
So we expect this to finish in a draw.
Sure.
So let's head over to Warsaw and have a chat to Cristian. Just in a second. We'll get there.
Yeah, Warsaw standing by.
I just want to talk about this game between Gukesh and Kirill Shevchenko, because I have to say I was absolutely mesmerized by the resilience of Kirill Shevchenko all the way until the end. And we were discussing the attitude of Gukesh coming into this event. He really wants to win this one. He wants to prove himself and show the world that there was no fluke at the candidates. I'm here to stay. I'm here to challenge the world champion, the former world champion Magnus Carlsen, and of course the current world champion Ding Liren later in the year. But a hiccup in round one. And take a look at this. He really played Gukesh, that is, with the white pieces. He played a brilliant game up until the last couple of moves. Take a look at this. In this position, g4, once again, he spent some time. He's showing that once he spends some time and can get in the position, can understand the position, then he will come up with the best moves. And I have to say, I was very impressed, because you have to do something. You have to choose a side to play on. Are you going to play on the king side? Are you going to try to break in the center with d5? You have all these options, and I have to say, he juggled them quite well. Take a look at this. g4, knight d7, g5, knight e8, pushing black's pieces on the back rows. And take a look at this. After rook takes c8, rook takes c8, d5, another important moment where he timed the break in the center very well. Gukesh, that is, but Kirill was really fighting in this position. Take a look at this. Rook to d8, a5. Now I'm going for the a7 pawn. I have the dark square bishop on f4. I'm going to try to cement that weakness on a7, the pawn on a7, by placing my own pawn, white's pawn, on a6, and then I'm going to attack it. I'm going to transition into an endgame and attack it later on. And I have to say, once again, masterfully at that. Knight to g6, bishop to g3, knight e7, a6. He's doing everything right in this position. Rook to a4, you see the question mark, but I do like this move, rook to a4. As you will see, it has an idea behind it. After knight to f5, I can play the move bishop to h2, and I'm not giving you my bishop. Now the rook on a4 is defending the pawn on h4. That was the whole concept behind this move, rook to a4. Everything is protected. And take a look at this. g6, h5, queen to e6, rook to e4. Queen to a2, very good move, very good practical decision by Kirill Shevchenko to stay active. He could have played other moves as well. He could have played, for example, queen to d7, but staying passive just doesn't fit the bill. And this one, you have to stay active, put pressure on White's pieces. And after queen to a2, unfortunately for Gukesh, with only 25 seconds on his clock, he forgot about the knight on f5. Take a look at this move. Queen to d3. Nice tactic, of course. If it works, you take on d3, rook to e8, king to g7, and h6. That's a checkmate, no? Nope, that's not a checkmate. Look at the knight on f5. He forgot about it all the way before he played this move, queen to d3, with 25 seconds. He just couldn't figure out everything. I was talking about it at the beginning of the show. He needs some time to hone his intuition. He's very good when he has time to think about and create new concepts. But when he has to rely on his intuition, he still has a lot of experience to gather before we will see the real Gukesh. Nevertheless, still plenty of games to play. I have to say he was outside for 10-15 minutes talking to his seconds and trying to fix things. Well, he has plenty of time to do so, plenty of rounds to do so. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. It's such an easy move to miss. You know, you play the move queen d3, you're thinking to yourself, this is easy. You take my queen, checkmate. Knight takes h6 as a cold shower. Oh, we all know that feeling when, you know, you blunder. You think you're mating in one, and there goes your queen. By the way, we're closing in on 123.
Yeah, they move 116 at the minute. They have plenty of time on the clock, and Wei Yi has the defensive mechanism all worked out.
And again, if you think about the clock times, 3 minutes for Wei Yi, 1.5 minutes for Vincent. Wei Yi says, I'm going to play this move, this last move, rook to f1, and I claim a draw. And the arbiter will disallow the claim and give the opponent 2 minutes, or whatever the penalty is, 1 minute. But he'll say, well, how close was I? Well, you're only 6 moves away. Okay, got it.
Excellent stuff.
Excellent stuff.
But there we see the rook move to e1, tying down the king to the defense.
And I must say, Wei Yi has defended this very, very well. He's made the defense look easy. It's very easy to slip into bad positions if you're not aware how to play.
Well, he's conducted this game remarkably well. So he blundered out of the opening.
Yes.
Yeah, he had a lost position, but then he carried on fighting, and then there was chaos on the board where his king was totally unsafe.
Right. Exactly.
To find himself now in this particular position is just a joy.
Yeah. He's done very, very, very well.
121 moves.
Well, we know that he's just a few moves away from the draw, but does he know?
And the arbiters are not allowed to intervene until move 75.
Correct. That's... Yeah.
Yeah, but these guys are good.
Yes.
I've seen them claim threefold repetitions from nowhere. I've also seen them keep full control over the 50-move rule.
Exactly. King d5, any trickies, Nasi, at this moment?
You can always blunder in.
Yes.
I'm in trouble, but...
There's always a possibility.
But I guess you could do your rule, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But just when you're 1 move away from checkmate or losing your rook, you just call over your arbiter. Arbiter will say, well, I'm afraid 50 moves has been played.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
Well, would you know? It's just a draw.
It's just a draw.
So I think officially they just reached move 50.
Okay.
But Wei Yi's king does not look that unsafe, so he can still make plenty of moves and then claim the draw.
Yep, and there you see the king running. Yep, do not step back to the last rank.
Or go there and then claim the draw.
Well, I must say, Wei Yi has not been forced to put his king anywhere near the border, meaning, you know, on the last rank, on the first rank, on the sides. He's always kept his king off the back rank, if you will.
Yeah. And
Players are unaware.
Yeah, they're completely unaware, and they're just going to make the moves.
Probably to move 75. And
as you mentioned, you know, there's just no risk, right?
Exactly.
And if
you give your opponent an extra minute or two when you've got 4 and your opponent's got a minute, fine.
And you can actually see on our boards that the computer knows.
Right? Like, what's wrong with you guys?
Yeah,
it's already
passed.
It's trying to autocorrect and put a draw.
There you go. And we have a draw between Vincent Keymer and Wei Yi. What resourcefulness displayed there by Wei. But Vincent Keymer, a little bit disappointing.
A little bit disappointing. Great games to start this round one. We're going to have 3 rapid games, but we reached that point in our show where we're going to get ready for our first break. And before we do that, of course, we've got to check in with our friends at Q Boutique. Take home a memento of the strongest chess club in the country with these branded t-shirts. These shirts proudly present the St. Louis chess logo on the front. The shirt is made from 100% cotton and is available at qboutiquestl.com. Before play begins, players are invited to an opening ceremony, and lots are drawn to establish the pairings. It's always a big event, and if we were there, we'll be back as we take you there for a look at the opening ceremony. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of Superbet Rapid Blitz in Poland. Players are ready for the press conferences. We are going to have the simultaneous exhibition soon. Everybody is ready for the action.
Firstly, it's very nice being here in the Grand Chess Tour as a full tour participant.
And it's going to be a fun challenge. As soon as I saw the field here, I was like, yeah, this is going to be great. Yeah, it's a great field in general, and I can't wait to get started.
We had an amazing opening ceremony. Everybody is so excited about the chess event. So let's go to the studio to follow the games.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Shvirks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back. It's round 2 of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz. What a start we've had already. 2
Absolutely.
decisive games, a marathon, and then, of course, a very topsy-turvy. There you can see the standings after round 1. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Kirill, Shevchenko. They are in the lead with 2 points. Remember, this is an atypical scoring system where a win counts for 2 points. And it was draws between Magnus Carlsen, and he faced off against Arjun Erigaisi, so that was a calm split of the points. Wei Yi survived quite a marathon, but also hair-raising experience against Vincent Keymer and Praggnanandhaa and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. They did play a rather tumultuous game.
And round 2 coming up. Tell us the pairings for this upcoming round.
And you know, every round is a delight, and today, no exception. Anish, Giri, this time he wants to bounce back from that loss. He has the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. Wei Yi now plays Magnus Carlsen. Jan-Krzysztof Duda will play Vincent Keymer. Kirill Shevchenko's early tournament leader plays Praggnanandhaa, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Gukesh. Ooh, a lot of rivalry there.
Yeah, fresh off a very, very nice victory as Nodirbek, as we see, well, what can you say? The king of rapids, the king of blitz, 5-time classical world champion, but something like 12 world championship titles, 7 blitz and 5
He's done it all,
rapids.
right? I don't
everything.
think there's a title he hasn't won.
Oh, for sure. And there his opponent will be Wei Yi. Wei Yi will have the white pieces for the second round. You will notice that Arjun is playing with the black pieces again. He got the unfortunate pairing at the opening there, the drawing of lots, where you get 2 blacks in a row to start the tournament. Not always a great deal of fun, especially when you have to play Magnus in the first round, but he survived the challenge.
But everyone is nervous on the first day.
Absolutely.
I think it's the best time to start with a double black.
No. I like challenges, but in this field, starting with a double black, as we have
we had the chess personality.
Yes, for the opening first move.
The opening first move, but
is this Ray?
No, this is not Ray.
This is a
young junior.
D4.
D4
He was scrambling. He dropped the pawn, he put it up, and Magnus said, hey, dude, you got to just slide it to the D4 square.
Yeah.
Nice.
And you can see the nerves there.
Oh, absolutely.
Here we go. This is the chess personality, Ray Enigma, making the first move for Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Vincent Keymer. What has he gone for? He's gone
D4.
D4. Today is a solid day now. Equal best by test. And I actually play Ray Enigma online.
Didn't Garry Kasparov play?
And Anatoly Karpov played him.
Right.
No one knows who he is. He is an enigma.
There you go. There we have it. Have you played Ray Enigma? I haven't.
No, I've never heard of him before, but I heard today that only thing we know is that he's from Spain. That's the one clue we have about him. And the games have started.
Wei Yi, E2, E4, and Magnus inviting a Sicilian, a Sveshnikov, that he used so brilliantly in his 2018 World Championship match against Fabiano, and Bishop B5, avoiding the standard lines that occur after D2, D4. Bishop B5 and G6. Okay, they're following
Yeah, no, there was one game which I'm looking at. So this is a nice Brassilimo.
Yes.
But there's one between Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Vincent Keymer, and I'm thinking, has there been a problem with transmission?
Yes, I have no moves.
You have no moves?
I have no moves.
Aha.
In my
because
game.
I'm seeing some very, very strange moves. I mean, I couldn't give you the name of this opening.
Help us out, Nasi. Tell us what...
Well, I have the same error as you do because I'm 100% sure this is not what they have played.
Yes.
So I hope this gets fixed. But let's go back to Magnus's game.
Okay.
He is playing Brassilimo.
Yep.
Which, like you mentioned, was his choice in the World Championship match against Bobby.
Right.
So I'm sure players are prepared against this line. After Queen D2, is the best move really F6? I'm not that familiar with this line.
Yeah, it's one of those things that if you think about what White has done with the Queen on D2 and the Bishop on E3, essentially White is looking to play Bishop H6 at a future moment. The drawback in the position for Black is he'd really like to play Bishop E6 and not allow Knight to G5 and F2, F4 immediately. So a move like F7, F6, instead of we do have B6 on the board, move like F7, F6 is actually a really good move because it says to White, well, what are you going to do? You're not playing for F2, F4, your knight's in the way. You're not playing for D4. And for the moment, you know, okay, you stopped me from playing Knight H6 and Knight F7, but big deal, I'm going to play Bishop E6. Now, what Magnus did is say, well, I can see at a future moment, with your Queen on D2, you may want to play A3 and B4. I'm going to play B6 and hem in your bishop so that in case you ever do get to play B4, it won't come with any great shakes. And so we have B7, B6, and a stop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. B6, yeah, no, it's going to be an interesting game, this one. Very strategical. I did double in this type of closed positions myself.
Yes.
Part of the English women's team preparation.
Of course.
And yeah, you know, one of the things that I did like about it was it's closed. White's plan, it tends to be pretty simple. If you can, trade off the dark square bishops, just eliminate the bishop pair for Black, and then break open with F2, F4.
F4.
Play down
D4,
the F line. That was the way we handled it.
Yes. I also like closed positions. I love the maneuvering game, if you will. Playing the moves F7, F6, bishop to E6 is second nature for me. Just taking a very nice, I want to say, wholesome defensive posture. But as you say, it's going to be a strategic game. Let's go around the horn. I'm going to jump to the game of Duda and Vincent. I don't believe A2, A4 is on the board. We're just having some transmission errors in that game. No problem.
I've got that game.
Oh, you do? All
yes,
right, please.
Okay. So we have Rui Lopez, more free defense, as chess.com informs me.
Yes.
E4, E5, the Rui Lopez with bishop E5, and they're playing the main line. Let's see where bishop D2 is definitely not a very common move.
No.
I've played this myself just a couple of times, but I'm more familiar with C3 or A4 or H3.
Right.
Bishop D2 must be some new idea that I'm not that familiar with. And Black responded with A5. It's interesting. So they're fixing the pawn structure on the queen side pretty early with A4, B4.
Right.
And we have a couple more moves, H3 castles. How do we still need to get the knight out. Knight needs to go to D2. So I'm guessing bishop needs to move again to either E3 or computer even suggests C1, but that's not the move that most players would like to make. So we'll probably see bishop E3, knight going to D2, maybe rook E1. It's going to be a very long game.
Yeah. I'm just thinking if I'm White, I want to prove the value of my bishop on D2. And if I insist on playing a move like C2, C3 here, so that my bishop would be on this beautiful diagonal.
Yes.
What do you think? C2, C3? Just and giving the ball to black and say, what's your move? What's your setup?
Yes. So I guess the setup would be putting the rook on b8.
Right.
Overprotecting b4.
Okay, so...
But there's also the issue, do you trade off light squared bishops? Do you go bishop e6 or do you...
Right.
Or, you know, when in doubt, I was told. So I've really struggled with this type of position, I'm going to be honest with you. So, but I was taught two things.
Shoot.
You can go h6, bishop f8, rook e8. Sorry, rook e8, bishop f8. You're getting ready for d5.
Which
tends to be a good plan.
Which is what Magnus Carlsen did in his match with Nepo. He just put his rook on e8 and bishop on f8 and said, I'm super solid.
Right.
Yeah.
And another thing is that I think when you go a4, a5, bishop e6 tends to be possible for black immediately.
By the way, none of this happened because Duda said, you know what, my bishop on d2 was just transiting onwards to g5, bishop g5, and well, the players have played it very quickly, so we're going to assume it's all part of their preparation. Let's go to our tournament leader. We have tournament co-leaders, Nodirbek versus Gukesh, as we'll see what has taken place here. Again, we have one of these Joko piano. Well, actually, it's not. This is a bishop's opening because nobody is getting advantages against the Petrov, the Russian defense, with knight f6. So bishop c4 as a way of avoiding the Petrov, and we get the bishop's opening. The difference is that black has not committed his knight to c6, as we see in normal Joko pianos. And that's actually in black's favor. The knight on c6 oftentimes is not well placed there, and it's a much more flexible system for black. And we've just seen bishop e3. And that is actually a very big decision. Bishop takes e3, and you can go back to the days of Wilhelm Steinitz, where they argued vehemently that the double pawns on e3 and e4 was actually favorable for white. Oftentimes in such positions, therefore, they don't want to trade on e3. They would play the move knight a6 in order to recapture on c5 with the knight. He did capture on e3, bishop takes e3, f takes e3, knight d7.
e3, preserving the light squared bishop.
Exactly. Getting ready to drop the bishop back, which he did, and I think we're more or less caught up with the players. In a previous game in the first round, we saw Anish play the move a5, a4 in such a position to get a little space. And I like the knight on c5. I wouldn't be in that big a rush to play the move bishop e6. I do like the move a5, a4. I do feel that black has, well, let's say equalized.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know because, you know, I was taught as a junior, this is all junior level stuff coming out, that it's very dangerous, this open F line. You know, you have a bishop bearing down on F7, and there's always that lovely idea of just doubling up and piling on that point. And as you say, you know, getting ready for an explosive sacrifice on F6. Yeah. And I can see this knight on f3 doing some of white's dirty work, jumping into g5 or jumping into h4 to jump into f5.
Right. So I play a4 and I give you the court, if you will. You can play queen d2. As we know, the rook's connected.
Could the queen come to e1?
Oh, for sure, for sure.
I want to transfer my queen over.
Indeed. And at the end of the day, I respect the attack of the bishop against the pawn on f7. So I would now want to trade the bishop, but I kind of suckered you. I mean, in a sense, I've gotten a little bit something going on the a. None of this happened, by the way, because after knight c5, bishop a2, b5.
With the idea of b4.
Here we go, b5. Queen e1. Your idea, bring the queen over to the king's side, makes sense. Bishop e6. So a different approach by Gukesh, not the a5, a4, but just preserving his options and bishop to e6. Nasi, over to you. What explain the position?
Bishop e6 was actually computer's first choice, and While I agree with Jovi's natural instinct that f5 looks too weak and white looks better, computer has been preferring black from pretty much move 7.
Right.
So here after b5, bishop b6 was correct, and we have a couple more moves. Interesting, he took with the knight, computer liked f takes e. Having, what would you call this, quadruple, double?
Quads.
Quads on e file, right?
Right.
Very interesting pawn structure, so much control of the center. Yeah, I think f takes e was pretty good for black, but...
Knight takes e6.
But guys, this is the moment where the commentator puts the knight on e2. The queen moves out of the way, the knight comes to e1.
Oh no.
We have a few more moves.
The slow checkmate.
Yeah.
h3, and yeah, it looks like it will be a game of just maneuvering the knights back and forth for a while. Should white try to open up the center? Not sure. Maybe white should focus on the king side.
Normally speaking, the build-up is on the king side. The move h3, is it a prelude to g4? And
oh yes.
Oh yes.
Yes, speaking my language.
Yeah.
It's quite funny because my play as a commentator is like hyper sharp,
right,
without sacrificing material.
Right.
But as a normal player, a little bit of a chicken. But
right.
as a commentator, h3, g4, knight g3, put the king, h2, h1. I don't quite know. Knight f5.
Splat. Let's go.
That's absolutely
right. Okay.
Especially when it's not your game.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. I am willing to make countless sacrifices as a commentator. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Knight
and
h5.
Gukesh played knight h5. He's almost provoking g4. So let's take a look. What happens if white goes g4?
I guess he wants to go knight g7.
Knight g7, right. Would he play queen g3 before trying knight f5?
I think we want to play knight g3.
Knight g3. I want the square.
I'm a little worried. Will I have resources after f5?
So let's ignore the king side. Let's make some move for black and see if we can go for knight f5. Would
Move
you
the
still
king.
try
King
move
h2.
the king?
King h2.
Let's get knight
King
f5
h2.
ready.
So
It's like
Arjun
a
really
takeoff.
likes
Yeah.
this move knight g5 and trade in one pair of knights for black.
Right.
Because
Makes sense.
you're somewhat forced to trade. You don't want to move to passive square like g1 or d2.
Right.
And after these trades, it will be kind of more challenging to sacrifice your knight because black queen is very actively defending the king side and even looking at white's king. And who knows, maybe black will try to play f5.
Interesting. Nice. Thank you, Nasi. Let's just jump to one of our tournament co-leaders. Again, Kirill was a lucky recipient, but hey, sometimes you need luck against Gukesh in round one.
But it was also due to his resourcefulness, you know, because
he was
was just sheer willpower that got him into and kept him in that game against Gukesh.
Wow.
And now he's taking on the young Praggnanandhaa.
The position blowed up. After the move e6, e5, which to my eyes looks like a very normal, natural move, castles, bishop to g5, Kirill seems to have spotted a tactic. Knight takes e5, not a pattern that's very, very common. Knight takes e5, you might be thinking, hey, look, there's a pawn hanging on b7, and I get 2 pieces. But check this out. I've got another way of scoring an exchange with the move bishop to b4. Echoes of Vincent's game from round 1, bishop to b4. c5. Whoa. Now we're being generous. Bishop takes c5. The difference is that with the move c5,
You cover b7.
He covers b7, but check this out. How many pawns did I just get? That's my 3rd pawn? b7 still under attack. So don't reach for the e5 pawn. This looks terrible.
You're absolutely right.
Let me just pause you for a second, Nasi, because after his win from round 1, Anastasiya.
Our very own Anastasiya did catch up with Shevchenko, and let's hear his thoughts.
Kirill, congratulations, victory in the first round against Gukesh. How do you feel about it?
Well, I feel that at least this time I didn't mess up in the first round.
Yeah, for sure, and it seemed a little bit scary at the beginning. How did it go later?
Well, he definitely found very strong play with g4, g5, but I think it didn't rate pretty badly, so I think he had slight advantage during the game, but then in time trouble, he probably didn't see that I can escape from the mate net.
Oh, this is what happened, yes.
Yeah, exactly. I think in the end he has advantage after queen e2, but okay, time trouble, hard to predict anything.
So good start for you. What is your mood before the tournament?
Nothing, just keep going and that's it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Keep going, that's
Keep going.
it.
I like this pragmatic approach as he
Exactly.
plays Prague. And there we see...
And he is going really, really well. Nasi, jump back into the game between Kirill and Prague. I love this move, knight e5, and it's very unusual. I'm not familiar with that pattern.
Yeah, Prague missed this tactic that's I've never seen, to be honest.
Right.
I think it's because we're used to seeing after a3, black play a5.
Right.
Which the main idea of a5 is to just stop b4. But in this case, it would have helped with stopping bishop b4 as well. So when he played bishop g4 without a5, he walked into this unexpected tactic, knight e5, takes bishop b4, and c5 actually was the best move.
Okay.
Which is a little bit
That's pawn
surprising,
number 2.
but
Yeah.
yes, and everything was played according to the engine so far, and the valuation is +3 for Kirill. So if he continues, and
Queen d.
it's not that hard to make good moves here for white. It's an
Right.
open position. We have 3 pawns, very active options with develop the rooks and just start pushing the pawns.
Exactly.
So if he maintains this advantage, it will be his second win of the day.
Right.
a fantastic
and
start.
I love this move, queen d4. Sorry to interrupt you. I love this move, queen d4, because if you do play bishop takes e2, I think you get stuck with your hand in the cookie jar there. I go rook e1, and if you
want
play
to take
knight...
another one?
No,
Yes,
if you
yes,
play
yes.
knight c6...
I'll take with the queen.
You take with
No,
the,
no, I'm not
B7.
touching. B7,
B7.
yes.
Yes, exactly. B7
Yeah.
saying in trade queens and
Yeah,
bishop
and if
b7.
you play knight c6, then I can take on c6,
Bishop
so
takes
that
C6.
doesn't
You
make
can also
but,
do this in
yeah.
between check.
The one I had in mind was queen e4. So So suddenly I was looking at the h7 pawn. It's like a very strange to have a weakness on b7, and then also on the h7. So this is a disaster
Yasser
for
is
Prague.
the best at spotting the hanging pawns in the
Yeah,
corners.
very good at catching the hanging pawns. But this looks like a disaster after the move queen d4.
Queen d4 is good, but it's not the only good move. He can play queen b3, pawn h3. Honestly, anything, it looks like over +2 for white.
Material advantage, initiative, safer king. Looks like Kirill, again, a tournament co-leader, a lucky tournament co-leader. Okay.
There's no such thing as luck.
Yeah, right? You make
Yeah.
your own luck. Comes into the tournament as the rating underdog, but certainly enjoying proceedings so far. F2, F4.
I was wondering about this one as well,
I've been a little reluctant. I have to confess, I would have been a little reluctant. I love the idea behind the move F2, F4, which is simply to cement the pawn on E5. You're going to follow up with the move bishop D5. You're going to follow up with the move queen C2, and you're going to follow up with E4. So you've got this great dominating center. The problem is, pawns don't move backwards, and you've kind of weakened your king a little bit. I thought queen d4 fit the bill perfectly for the position.
I did think that f4 probably was something that you would have to do at some point in order to
Because of the
maintain the
pawn.
pawn on e5, but
Okay.
whether to rush it or not, I wasn't sure. But then when you're objective about it, let's face it,
3 pawns.
3 pawns, it's a light squared bishop, you're
Yeah.
weak on the dark squares,
Yeah.
and the second knight is on e8. Ain't gonna get that one out so
No.
easily, my friend.
Not when the pawn is sitting on E5 on
No,
your doorstep.
exactly.
You're not going anywhere.
But he has to be careful a little bit, the counterplay on the D line. But like you say.
Let's jump around
I
and
have a
see
little
some other games,
update
please.
in Nodirbek's game, our current tournament co-leader.
Okay, against
Knight
Gukesh.
c4 looks like a bad move because f4 is very unpleasant.
Looks obvious.
After we take, Actually, knight takes looks just as good, but e takes f, knight e2, and rook a to f7, and g5's coming, h5's coming, and Arjun says black is more than -1, 1.25.
Very harmonious looking position for black in this game of
And
Gukesh.
easier to play for black as well in the rapid. That matters a lot.
It certainly does. I was just taking a walk around the tournament hall. Anish, Giri versus Arjun. Let's just pick up on this action.
Yeah. I'd also like to revisit Magnus's game.
Oh, we will. We will. Rook d1, a3, tak, and queen c6. And for sides, you gotta love white. I mean, white is the first to bring his rooks into the center, which gives him a very, very clear activity. And look at that. I spot a weakness.
And that was exactly what I was going to say. Like, forget about the knight versus bishop. There's a pawn on d5 that's up for grabs. I mean, how to defend that?
Yes. That will be the question. I'm probably taking the bishop, frankly.
Then you're adding more fuel to the fire.
Well, let's see. Let's just see.
Look
First
at
of all,
knight takes.
Okay.
But if knight takes, hang on a second, you're allowing d4.
Correct.
So let's rewind. That's one of our perks. Yeah, exactly. Rook takes knight.
Rook takes knight. Okay. Now the question is, let's go. d4. It's not going to be an easy pickup of the pawn on d4. Like, for example, you could take, just let's say, and you could get this marvelous, marvelous setup. But don't forget, there's a back rank mate. So you're not going to take twice on d4 and allow me queen takes d4. So let's say I go a7, a5.
Okay, now I make a hiding place for my king.
Say h3. Okay. And I'll move my queen, let's say. Queen away. It's one of those things that you'll recognize right away that I'm getting some kinds of counterplay. By the time you do win the pawn on d4, I've got something going on the queen side. I was thinking that you might want to take with the pawn. And just say, now tell me how you're going to defend both the d5 pawn as well as the c5.
I say forget it.
Forget it.
Queen a5.
Queen a5, you're not afraid your queens might get trapped?
We have all these moves on the board.
And he's done it.
Our prediction game is spot on.
The players are catching up with us. And take a look at this young Arjun Erigaisi.
20 years old.
Highest rated player.
Highest rated player in India. And he has a universal rating of 2748. And in 2022, he did win the Tata Steel Challengers. And he's just insanely talented. Very dynamic style. Very exciting player to watch.
I love the comment that Vishy Anand made about Gukesh's victory in the candidates, that he has passed over the baton to the new generation of players, and it's great.
It's very entertaining because, 1 week Prag has the highest rated spot, then Gukesh gets it, then Arjun gets it, and then it goes back to Vishy, who hasn't played any games.
Right, because they bomb out somewhere, and Vidit says, "Hey, don't forget about me. I'm really, really,
he
really
was
good."
also #1 as well.
Nasi, jump in on this position. I actually like Anish's position. Is there an advantage to be had, or how is it?
So just like in the first game when Arjun was playing against Magnus, it looked like he was slightly worse, but he played very accurately and defended. I think that was the most accurate game we had in round 1. And so far, Arjun is doing the same in this game, even though it looks like black is slightly worse. Arjun gives triple zeros. So we can consider a4 or queen takes d5.
Let's say queen takes d5.
Queen takes d5. And here, just queen takes a3.
Rook a1.
Rook a1.
Queen b2. I go to my mouse hole.
Rook a2.
Rook a2. Queen goes to b5. And
at the end of the day, a pawn isn't that weak.
If anything, in the end game, black's a pawn will be pretty strong, and white just doesn't have enough initiative in this position to say that, white is better.
There's some
Gotcha.
threats on the D line, right? Rook to D8 is coming.
Yep. Yes, there is. Rook to D8. Wanted to go back to our game between Wei Yi and Magnus Carlsen. When we left it, it was a Rasa Lima. We were coming out of the opening. We saw the move B7, B6. I was kind of stumping there for a moment for the move F7, F6. B6 was Magnus's choice. A4 by Wei Yi, kind of intimating that the move A5, well, is going to cause some havoc on the queen side. Magnus just said, look, forget about it. I'm not even going to let you have that opportunity. Shut it down with the move A5. The nice part about this move, too, A4 came with consequence because it basically cuts out B4 as a way of white opening up the queen side. A3, B4, I mean to say. You played A4, A5, knight A3, F6 now, castles, bishop E6 now, and after knight C4, well, he just ripped it off. Bishop takes C4, D takes C4, rook D8, tempo against the queen. Bishop H6, intriguing. Bishop takes. Magnus must know what he's doing because my first instinct is, whoa, 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 whoa. The king is still in the center. So you need one move, and then you need to also, there's some weaknesses around the king. So I'm looking at the position after B4, and I'm saying, wait a minute, whoa, 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 whoa. I feel as white as if Wei Yi has the initiative. For example, let's just take a look. AB, CB, CB, C5, right? Okay, you can take, and in my view, I am going to win this pawn. My A pawn is going to be a little bit more scary than the B pawn.
I'm going to argue you're not going to win the B pawn because I'm going to go Queen D6.
Queen David 6.
Queen D6, and
you don't care.
Yes, and well.
Wow.
Well.
Your king is in the center here.
I understand, but you know you can get away with King F8, King G7.
Whoa, 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 whoa. King F8. So if I go after the, I want to. I don't know. I want to. Yeah, let's go. Let's just go. King G7.
King G7.
Let's go. I got my pawn all the way up to A6.
Okay, congratulations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just a second. Hold on. Let me really get a good congratulations.
Now I'm going to try to corral it.
Correct. Do it. Do your worst or best.
Yeah. Okay, now rook A8, rook D7.
Which one?
Maybe
D7
rook
is
D7.
really
I like rook D7.
Rook to D7?
Yeah. Push the pawn one more square, please.
Okay, give me that one. Rook to V1.
Okay, now C. I like my pawns. I like the little ones. C5.
Me too. C5. Okay, now am I ready for rook A5 or A6, A7, and rook A6? This, by the way, what Jovi and I do, all the grandmasters all over the world. That's how, like you play your moves, I play my moves, and we try to make a understanding, if you will.
Right.
By the way, Magnus didn't want to see any of this. He played Queen D6.
I think he's playing the man rather than the board. Because Wei Yi has a very aggressive, very dynamic style. You do not want to be handing him the initiative. So Magnus is just by the way that he's traded off quite a few pieces, and I know it's been given a big fat X there.
Oh, now I see what you mean. On the board,
On
yes.
the board, there's a big X over Queen to D6, but I think he's just simply trying to lock down the game. Just trying to make sure that there's no... And there you can see that...
I don't like that move.
The accuracy is not so good for Magnus. Not so good. A little bit less, 96%.
My first instinct would be to take on A5 and lay claim to the B file with rook. Take on A5, play rook B1, and try to go rook B7. Oops, that was
excellent instincts, yes, sir.
Yeah, just like, let's go. I mean, why not?
So by playing Queen D6, Magnus just knowingly made a positional error. It's a long-term advantage for white because of the pawn structure.
Exactly.
But I'm guessing he chose this over the lines we were just looking at, because after all these lines, by the way, very accurate moves from both of you during the analysis. Queen c5, queen d6 only move after queen c4. It's just very unpleasant to figure out what to do with this king side in a rapid game.
Right.
According to the computer, black is fine if he plays immediately c5 and brings the knight to c6. That's the strongest way to continue. King f8 was also interesting, as you were looking at king f8, but instead of a5, white switches to h4.
That wasn't on my radar. No. I'd let you get away with king g7, but h4, computer would hound you on the other side of the board. Okay, what happens after h4?
After h4, king g7, white kind of pushes both pawns, a5 and h5, so...
Wow.
Yeah, and black is still fine. Black is holding. Engine obviously loves the extra pawn.
Right.
But it would have been easier to play for white, and I'm guessing that's why Magnus chose to go for this unpleasant position and will try to just hold and defend this very bad pawn structure.
But it's not only that. The knight on e7 is a real hack job. I mean, the knight on e7, it can't go to f5, it can't go to d5. Going to c8 is a road to nowhere.
Yes, knight is definitely stuck on e7.
After rook b1, how big, numerically speaking, is Wei Yi's advantage?
It's less than +1.
Less than
Less than
+1. I would have already said +1, so there you go.
Probably castle. And in order to actually improve white's position, white still needs to go for this h4, h5 ideas.
Okay, because you're making rook d1 available in the case of h4, because c5 is going to be hanging. By the way, Nasi, now that I'm thinking about it, the current position after queen to d6, I'll take on a5, you'll take on a5, I'll play h4 instantly.
That's also a very good move.
After castles, I want to just ask you about the two rooks versus the queen. Rook to d1. h4 castles, rook to d1.
Well, Yasser, you're finding computer's first lines.
Queen. Oh, really? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so
just
if
a second,
white plays h4, immediately black shouldn't castle and play king f7 instead. Because in this line, you're right, this giving up the queen for two rooks is in white's favor.
Right, c5 is so critically weak,
exactly.
right?
And it's just all the pawns on the queen side will drop.
And king f7. So
how does that change things?
Yeah, in the position where I have queen takes c5, the knight is hanging. Where you have your king on f7, the knight is protected and it gives you a crucial tempo. So BA, h4, don't castle, play king f7, anticipating that the queen will find her way to c5, but it won't be a huge tempo.
But you can also do the waiting game yourself. You can, instead of going rook to d1, you can go king h2.
Ooh.
I want to take on c5. I want to...
Right, with understanding. I like that move.
That's a very good idea. Black has this queen d3 move, so I'm giving you the c5 pawn, but I'm taking the e4 for it.
Oh, very nice.
And yeah, suddenly black has disconnected pawns. King doesn't look so weak, but
that wasn't a part of our script. That wasn't the script that I was reading from.
There's no control, right?
Yeah, I lost the hymn.
And black is still slightly worse and has to be careful, but black finally has active pieces compared to what we had a couple moves ago.
Yeah.
Big improvement.
Absolutely. As we say, we wanted more. Let's go around and let's just check out some games. Duda versus Vincent. Let me just refresh that board and see what we've got at the moment. Wow, some similarities with a number of games. The Gleck variation seems to be very popular. I was going to call this one balanced. Let me just continue.
I will call your attention to this game, Nodirbek against Gukesh.
Okay.
So when we left it earlier, I said if black plays f4, has a very nice attack, and looks like Gukesh in the driver's seat. And all of that happened, and he actually got a huge advantage. But it was a critical moment here where he had to find this very specific continuation. Take on f3, and then follow up with immediate d5.
So rook takes,
Actually, g takes f3 is better.
Really? Ugh.
I think it's because rook f3 walks into more tempo moves, so knight
sorry.
g5,
And
rook moves and f3.
I'm
That is
dead.
very unpleasant.
Yes.
So white would have to take with the pawn, and that obviously weakens the king side more, but this d5 move, I'm guessing the idea is to just bring the queen into the game, and there's g5, h5 still coming. It's a very one-sided game.
Definitely. White's on the back foot.
But this didn't happen. Gukesh played immediately d5, which gives white time to defend the king side a little bit better by playing this move knight e2 g1, so I can take back on f3 with my knight. As we know, knights are very good defenders on the king side. For black, it's knight on f6, for white, knight on f3 very often. And this did happen. We have moves, yes. Nodirbek found knight g1, played it quickly. And now black's advantage is almost completely gone.
Minimal, yeah.
And actually, if Nodirbek plays queen h4, Arjun prefers white in this position.
Well, the knight on f3 is actually a darn good blockader, and white does have a passed pawn on e4. So, boy, that would be quite the turnaround. One game that we mentioned earlier, our tournament co-leader, Kirill, came up with a fantastic opening idea of knight takes e5, and he's enjoying the proceeds. He's got 3 pawns. Hold on, I've got to do this material count right. 3 pawns and a rook for 2 minor pieces.
Yes.
Usually 1 pawn is kind of semi-sufficient, 2 pawns very sufficient, 3 pawns usually is winning.
That's true. That's what. But if there's one thing with these knights.
Yes.
Is that if they get motoring and start targeting weaknesses.
Yes.
It's actually very difficult for the rook and the pawns to hold those weaknesses.
Okay.
So
this is a very specific
e6.
position.
Knight
Because
e6. So, for instance, I just wanted to point out the bishop on g4 doesn't have any squares. So
Right.
if white were tempted to make a move like h3, trap that bishop,
Let's take a look.
then black would just jump in with the knight to d4 and
Which one? The knight on
a knight. A knight.
So
I think
that's a tempo against the queen.
I would do probably that one.
Yeah,
but
that's a tempo against the queen, and the queen, the desirable c3 square would invite knight e2. I would think that after the move knight e6, though, on the other hand, I don't think there's anything really wrong with b2, b4. Let me just have a quick check.
a knight jumps into d4 again.
Let's say
Let's
I'll
just
move.
put this
Yes.
one, and then if we discover the other knight was better, we can
we
substitute.
can go back.
Queen to b2.
This one I'm threatening, I hope, to eliminate the intruder. How rude.
Very rude. And then your whole idea is that
Go back.
Then you're going to start the pushback h3.
h3 and da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so Nazi, what do you think about this position?
I like
any
white.
chances?
I have a help of Arjun, so I can say that white is much better. But he does have to be careful, Kirill, that is. The line you were looking at, h3, is very tempting to trap this bishop, because in case of bishop h5, we've got g4. But black has this very nice in-between move. And you were debating which knight to move to d4, and both of those are good, equally good. So let's take a look, knight d4. White can sacrifice some more material, go queen f2. This position goes from one material imbalance to another. But
still 3 pawns.
3 pawns and the bishop still should be much better than the rook, but black has some counterplay because white king is not as safe as we would like it to be.
Right.
But instead of h3, b4 is actually a very good move. Black needs to respond with a5, and here white can go aggressive and play immediately f5, or be more prophylactic and play queen c3, which is a hard move to understand because it's just hanging the pawn. So let's take a look what happens if black accepts this pawn. It's not because of rook b1. I thought it was going to be rook b1. No, we still play f5.
And the bishop is still...
The bishop is still trapped, so black can pick up a couple of pawns, but at the end, White wins this bishop and still has a huge advantage in the game.
Nice line.
And b4, I believe, was played. Kirill is playing a beautiful game.
Yes.
Who is this Kirill?
Yeah, exactly. He's an early tournament leader, defeated.
And here's our standings, and we see him on top.
We certainly do, because he did defeat Gukesh with the black pieces in round 1, and he joins Nodirbek Abdusattorov in first place. But yeah, like you say, who is Kirill? Kirill is 21 years old, Romanian, originally born in Ukraine.
Right.
And
Changed
fantastic.
federations.
Changed federations. Just an incredible player, not one to be underestimated. Because
Obviously.
I mean, you see, there's a big difference in ratings, but at this level, it really doesn't mean that much. And it just takes someone with a wind in their sails to suddenly rack up some points, and it's all good.
Well, for me, it was always about the opportunity, right? And you get to play with these really top players. You get an invitation to the Tata Steel Masters, and it's sort of like, it's going to be the best players in the world. The Grand Chess Tour, it's going to be the best players in the world. You want to do your best. B2, B4 on the board, and if you don't play A5, you're looking at H3, and your bishop is going to get trapped. You're looking at F5. Maybe your king is going to get mated. This is going to be a very desperate test coming up really very shortly after this move B4. Just again, I don't think I went through all the games. Did we look at Anish's game? It's been a while. Yes, this was the Queen C6 game. So he did manage to get something, or maybe nothing. I remember Roman Junji-Hashvili has this great line, and White has a little bit of nothing.
Yes.
That pregnant pause, a little bit of nothing. No, that looks pretty even. Where's the action? It's Kirill.
It is Kirill. Also, Nodirbek against Gukesh is looking pretty exciting.
Okay, let me just bring that one up, because we do have a breakthrough. He did not find Queen H4. He did not find Queen H4. After the move D4, the engine was saying Queen H4, advantage White. Very surprising. Rook D2, G5. So from Gukesh's point of view, nobody's tapped him on the shoulder and said, hey, guy, you spoiled your advantage. He doesn't think so. He's ready to play H5, G4, let's go. I've got an attack for free. G4.
Best move in the position.
Really? But allowing en passant, and suddenly these rooks are ideally placed, right? I mean, I would be frightened that...
Maybe you had to do it, because otherwise, like you indicated, H5, G4, this is just a free hand to attack.
True.
So why not roll the dice?
Well, here we go. In view of the fact that this pin is killing, I'm going to play a move, either King G2 or King G1. King G2, I feel like I might be inviting a future Knight F4, so let me play King G1 just so that, dear Lord, please let me get out of the pin with Knight H2. How do you feel about this? I mean, instinctively, you like black, but is there a way of getting an advantage? And by the way, I think we did see King G1, yes.
Yeah, and I also wonder whether you're setting up a very sneaky idea of Knight takes G5.
Shh. What? Knight takes G5. That's a... Whoa.
Okay, you have to make a random move.
Okay, I'm happy.
Yeah, just do something like that, yeah. Queen takes queen, check. Knight, but you put the king on the wrong square. King needs to be on G2.
No, I put the king on the right square. Good morning, St. Louis. There's a knight takes H3. Nice trick. You got hoisted by your own petard there. King G1, over to you, Nasi. I like black's position, but it's not that obvious how to... Oh, H5 is already the follow-up.
Yeah, it looks like black should be better, but of course the engine says just triple zeros after knight d2. Everything looks protected on the king side. And I'll go back to that g4 moment, which was the key move. But there was also another interesting idea. to play a lot of moves with the knight. Start with knight e5. Let's say rook g7, jump to g4, knight g4, with the idea to go knight h6 check and then come back to f5, which looks very risky for us humans. Engine says it's fine, but I would be very worried here for white because looks like g4 will be unstoppable. Right. And black can actually play g4 immediately and sacrifice, and this is a pretty interesting position. Engine evaluation is equal, but I think players would all prefer to be black here.
We like the initiative, but
right.
Wow, what an interesting imbalance.
So, of course, Nodirbek chose g4. Looks a lot more comfortable to play this position, even though white's on the passive and defensive side. Oh, he played knight e1 instead of knight d2, which is also okay. And after king h7, he can take on f4, or guess what? He can repeat and go back knight f3.
No.
Okay. Is his plan to go knight g2 and just force those rooks off the board?
Let's check knight g2. Looks very logical, but it's a blunder at the moment because of h4, and 3 pieces are attacking on f2, and if we move the queen, we'll lose the rook on f2.
That's nasty. Just to continue this line for a moment, if you don't mind. Rook takes f4. Knight takes f4. Queen f3.
Yeah.
Knight takes h3 check.
I tell you, you put your king on the wrong square.
I sure did. That's a lovely finish. Thank
Indeed.
you, Nasi, on that one. Well, one of the things that's very interesting about our Grand Chess Tour, we have a lot of conversations about this ourselves, is the number of decisive games in the rapid, that is to say the first 9 rounds, versus the decisive numbers of the games in the Blitz. Intuitively, you say there's more decisive games in the Blitz. But over the years, we've got the following graphic to demonstrate. Oop, that was the wrong one. That's coming up. We're going to see a playoff. We're going to see a playoff. We'll know what we're going to do when a playoff comes. But the graphic that we do want to show you is the one that we have here. In the Superbet Poland game, decisiveness, you see that rapid chess, they have a lot of decisive games. In fact, the first year was 75%. You go down to year number 5, again 75. By the time you get out to the 10th year, you're just a little bit below 75%.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary.
It was interesting, right? Because most of the decisive results happen in round 1, right? If I understand the graphic correctly.
Yes.
And then round 6, something happens. Some nervousness, perhaps tiredness. It's the end of day 2, and it drops down to 35%.
And then when the players are really vying for position to get into the Blitz, you see a lot of decisive games. And again, the current position between Gukesh and Nodirbek is, I mean, I'm looking at this position after h5, 91, and this is just equal. I mean, that blows my mind. I'm thinking that, you know, like I've nearly achieved everything I want with black. Let's, if you don't mind, Nasi, just continue the current position.
G8 or?
Yeah, sure, why not? Let's just try it.
Rook G8, let's say king can go to H1.
Let's just say, now, the desirable rook f3, I understand you want to take my pawn on h5. I kind of...
Rook G3?
Yeah. Oh, queen
I
takes
think I have
g3.
a better move.
King h6 is what I wanted to try. King h6.
King h6, very nice move. But knight g2, you have a problem with the pawn on f4. So if you want to keep the rook on the g file, you will lose the pawn on f4.
Yeah, we need to be smart about this. So I think instead of king h6, perhaps you could play queen e5.
Whoa, I'm not ready to give up. I'm not ready to give up. Knight g2, queen g5.
Okay, that's a good move. That definitely stops knight f4.
If you take, I got rook f8.
But you guys are killing it with the tactics today. I was going to walk straight into it.
Right.
Knight takes
first.
Yeah, because you think rook f8, knight takes knight, attacking the queen, but
Or it looks like, oh, checkmate, but no, it's a pin.
Right.
So after queen g5, white needs to make some defensive move first, maybe rook f2. And just wait. I'm just standing here, moving rook back and forth, rook e2, rook f2, even queen e2.
That's remarkable. I think I've got you tied up, but you've actually got some kind of a fortress. That's crazy talk. That's amazing. We'll keep an eye on this one.
We should check in with Kirill's game. He's currently the tournament co-leader.
Absolutely.
And material imbalance in that game is very hard to follow.
Okay, so I think we're expecting a result
between
Anish, Giri,
and Arjun
and Erigaisi.
Yeah,
the players are just shuffling. Remember, the no draws are no draw offers. Are allowed. So
no draws allowed. We're in the we're in the no draw zone, but no draw offers, and it does look like a pretty drawn rook ending. Rook and 4 versus rook and 4.
The players rook a6. So I'm expecting rook b7, rook d7.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah, this looks like a draw for sure. Let's go back to the Kirill game because, again, this game between our tournament co-leader at the moment, we think he was doing really, really good. He did play b4, knight to d4, queen b2. This is where we got stuck. We said, oh dear, black is busted because we've got this threat of rook takes d4, rook d8, h3, bishop e2, rook f2, bishop d3, king h2, a5, and we've caught up with the player.
And there you can see the accuracy from both players. 88.4 for Kirill and 86.3 from Pragg. So Pragg has been playing very precisely after that massive blunder.
True.
Where he just handed over a massive advantage to Kirill. But I see Pragg saving this.
Do you? I'm thinking I've got this in the bag, but I still have to follow up. So if I make the obvious sequence move, like give me your bishop, queen to c3 attacking the bishop, where would you like to go?
Yeah,
but we're going to keep this under wraps. Tell us about Magnus.
Things have changed a lot since we last looked at it. We left it where we said that white has a long-term positional advantage.
Right.
But Magnus has found a way to create some counterplay on the king side. Even though Engine said black had nothing, it did work. He's such an amazing practical player. And of course, if we also look at the clock time, Wei is down to 11 seconds.
What?
So he's bound to make mistakes, and he just did. Rook b3 was already first inaccurate move, allowing queen on the first rank with some queen f4, g4 ideas.
And I just saw a very nervous move by Wei Yi there. He made a move in his hand and he rubbed his trouser as he just, So, pardon me, please continue.
There's 2 inaccurate moves in a row from Wei Yi because of the time trouble. And now after king e6, which is a very strong move, king in the middle of the center, a wonderful piece. And after rook takes d7, queen in current position, can you guess the evaluation?
I'm thinking after queen f4 check, it might just be like...
Rook d1 is I wanted to go rook to d1 and win the knight.
It is -6.
Overwhelming.
Completely over, yes. And there's many moves. There's queen f4, there's rook d1, queen f1 with the idea of rook d1. And it's just amazing that black king on e6 is completely safe.
Queen f4 check, by the way, was played in the game. King went back, and Magnus is winning my heart. He just played the move queen takes f2, clipping a pawn and saying, excuse me, the moment I play rook d2 or rook d1, I've got you in 3 seconds.
Queen b6, offering a trade of queens. But this is one that Magnus must decline.
Well,
G3?
unless Magnus plays g3.
G3. You want to trade queens? Okay, but let's do it on my terms. I like the move g3. I like the move g3 a lot.
Yeah, Magnus took slightly worse position and just completely outplayed Wei Yi.
Yeah.
Impressive.
I think it's the time pressure. Wei Yi spent a bit too much time maybe figuring out how to increase his advantage, and instead ended up being in so much pressure that inaccuracies followed, and now he's completely lost.
Still, I'm seeing a little perturbedness going on there with Magnus. He kind of shook his head like something went wrong. Like, I mean, queen b6.
I think he's just choosing to... He's deciding, should I keep the queens on the board or not? And either way, he's completely winning.
Okay. In terms of declining queen, would you play the move queen c2?
Yes.
Queen c2, yes. Just hitting the pawn on e4, prepping rook to d1, not worrying about the passed a pawn.
Indeed, queen c2 is the best move if we want to keep the queens on the board. If not, you can take on b6 and follow up with rook a7 and just pick up white's weak pawns.
That's smart.
And if not, you can also play g3. That's the engine's top choice. It keeps the attack. And queen on f2, so rook d1 is a very unpleasant threat.
Yeah, you have to go like rook b2.
Let's take a look. After rook b2, rook d2 is also very strong because you can't trade rooks. Queen will be hanging. And right now I'm threatening the rook, I'm threatening checkmate. So you have to trade queens, but I'm getting another queen once you take my rook.
Yeah. Oh, this g3 is just
G3.
fantastic.
And by the way, G3 on the board.
Did he play it already?
Yes, he
has
did.
played it, yeah.
He's just played the move G3. 5 seconds, 12 seconds, sorry.
He puts his rook on b1.
Hold on, he gets the bonus.
10-second bonus.
So he played the move with 3 seconds on the clock. Rook d2, we can trade queens because now we have covered the first rank. So rook d2, queen takes f2 is not the killer anymore. G takes, I do have knight f3. Still looks very, very good for black, don't get me wrong, rook a2. But I'm looking for a killer. Help me out here.
After rook b1?
Yes, jump in, both of you. What do you like?
Queen c2 is
Queen C2?
I quite like queen c2 or
Queen c2, I like queen c2.
Queen
Tickle the
C2 is
rook.
good.
rook d4 is also something that
Rook d4, that's nasty.
Also, because now we have pawn on g3, we can trade the queens and go rook d3, rook e3, because white knight can never improve. The first rank weakness is just too severe.
Yes.
yeah, take and then can you just go rook d1 and just argue?
That's a very,
Although
strong
white-
argument.
Kicking the knight and not
You
getting out.
can't move.
But okay, so white has to go h4.
H4.
But then
And rook a1.
and then rook b3.
So you pick up the g-pawn, but I think I
I think
up
you
a
pick
lot
up
of
everything else, right?
everything on the 4th rank. Ding, 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 ding. It's kind of, by the way,
Wait,
queen takes b6,
Okay.
rook to d1.
The players are doing exactly this. Rook d1 played, and now Wei Yi has to stop the black pawn from cementing itself on h4.
Exactly. You have to play h4. Everything else, it's just too...
6 seconds.
Two grows, 4 seconds.
Okay, it just goes for
a5.
a5.
He's allowing this horrifying eternal pin after h5, h4. Or you might even want to toss in rook a1 just to be sure that you remember to put your rook behind your pass pawn.
Huge update in Gukesh's game. Now Nodirbek completely winning. He's currently co-lead in the tournament and about to score another win because there's some big mistake here again in time trouble. Of course, Gukesh down to 22 seconds in this position when he played rook g6, a huge blunder because after h4, white forces trade off major pieces, and turns out this endgame is completely lost. I'm guessing it's because of the weak pawn on f4. White
You're just
king.
picking it up.
Right. We don't even have to bring the king out. It's just lost immediately. And as we know, knight endgames are similar to pawn endgames. So if you have an extra pawn in a knight endgame, it's completely winning. Yeah, this is the current position. Just bring the king over. You're also winning the h5 pawn.
Yeah.
I don't see any counterplay for black.
What a horrifying start for Gukesh.
Yeah, 2 big blunders in the first 2 games.
And in time pressure.
That's
the key
problem.
thing, right? And now they do say that knight and pawn endgames are just like king and pawn endings, and this pawn on e4, it's a protected passed pawn. And we see the clock ticking down for Gukesh.
And we could talk about some kind of fortresses, but it's impossible because we have pawns on both sides. h5 is very weak, so I don't see any way black could save this.
Big win for Gukesh And I just want to say, pardon me, a big blunder from Gukesh. 10 seconds for Wei Yi. H5, H4 on the board by Magnus, and oh, there you have. And he's just played the move F5, did Magnus.
Mm-hmm. And there we see on the camera, we see Wei Yi, Magnus Carlsen, and he cemented that pawn on G3.
That was just huge, and for me, this is actually now like trivial, because the E-pawn is in a sense unstoppable because the knight on G1 is stuck.
Do you know what's also really nice?
Yes.
If you get a knight on F2, that will be
That'd
checkmate.
be checkmate. Funny you should mention that, because guess what? The knight is heading right there towards F2. Knight F4, knight D3, knight F2 is one way of getting there.
Knight C3.
I must say.
Knight F4 played.
Knight F4, knight E2.
And there's just no way that you can salvage the position with your king and knight in cage like that.
No, exactly. Those eternal pins are just horrifying.
He's gone.
A8 equals queen. The last.
Hey, hang on a second. Is there any salvation with, I was going to say, with a stalemate?
No.
No.
No. And by the
now
way,
the E-pawn is barreling down. Absolutely.
Because the pin has been lifted.
Well, he can try rook A1 here.
Rook A1. There's your stalemate. Please, take my rook.
But you can go knight to
D3.
D3.
D3, very nice.
Oh.
Not for you today.
No stalemates for you today. Oh my. Okay, I'm just going to refresh my board. Apologies. And rook A2, E4, rook F1, rook 8, A2.
And we have a handshake. Magnus Carlsen wins in round 2 against Wei Yi with the black pieces. A good start for the world number 1.
But it's all about our tournament co-leaders. How is it going with Kirill?
With Kirill, right, so Pragg actually managed to come back into the game. Sorry, I switched back to Nodirbek's game.
No worries.
There we go, Kirill. So yes, now the material imbalance is 2 knights for rook and 2 pawns, which typically means white's up a pawn.
Yeah.
But in this case, there's some kind of fortress. Knights are defending each other, which is typically not the right way to set up your knights. But here it's working. It's black to move. Oh, he played a move, knight. Oh, wow, he had a huge blunder after knight B8. E6, what a beautiful move.
Lovely.
White would have been completely winning after E6, which he played. I have to catch up because they are playing with just 15 seconds on the clock. There have been a lot of moves made, so looks like Kirill is winning again.
Yep.
Easily.
Completely winning now.
Yep.
Easy peasy.
Just F pawn seems unstoppable. F7, king E7, rook F1. And that's it, because on king F8, that will be rook H8.
Yep.
So that was a big blunder.
I was going to play rook D7 check in that final
easy
moment.
to miss.
But
E6,
he has played rook
beautiful
F1.
strike, and it's game over for Praggnanandhaa. No time on the clock.
Anish Giri did draw.
And another
his
big
game.
update.
Yes.
Keymer Vincent is now winning.
Whoa.
That position was equal for a very long time, but looks like around here, of course, because of time trouble, Duda played F4, very risky move, weakened the king side and walked into this troubles. Now, I'll show you the current position after queen A1. Black is
By
up
the
in
way,
exchange.
Kirill did win. He leads the tournament 2-0. We're pending the outcome of...
Yes. I got so many twists and turns in this round.
Vincent drew the first game, correct?
Yes.
So, yeah, looks like he will join
Magnus Carlsen.
Join Magnus Carlsen, right?
Right.
How do we stop this pawn? I mean, black is up in exchange and they have a good position, so.
Exactly.
Big turnarounds. Everything changes once the players are down to 1 minute.
That's when I say that panic sets in. Your brain sometimes just leaves the building entirely.
Right.
And there we do see a result. Nodirbek beating Gukesh there.
Wow.
Gukesh.
What a turnaround that was, because I
Starting
really thought
two
that
losses.
Gukesh was doing so well in the middle game, and even to the late ending there, it looked like he had the advantage, but one big slip up, and boom, Nodirbek tied with Kirill, 2 out of 2.
2 out of 2. Great
And
start.
there
And
we
we have another
Duda.
result. It is a victory for Vincent Keymer. Vincent Keymer moves to 3 points, but
I
it is
don't know.
Kirill and Nodirbek. They're in the lead with 4 points.
I don't know if our producer did that purposefully when he said, look at the decisive the decisive percentages, and then the next thing I'm looking at is wins galore. What just happened? Everybody won. That was crazy.
One draw.
One draw. Let me guess. Anish, Giri.
But to be fair, it was a very fighting draw.
It was a fighting draw, that is true, to be fair. But yes, 4 decisive games for this round 2. And again, our tournament leaders both won, and Magnus Carlsen will be 1 point behind because of our 2-point system for a win in the Rapids.
A lot of blunders happened in the last couple of minutes. In every single game, it was hard to keep up. I kept seeing red moves everywhere. But yeah, this game looked completely even. Even maybe Duda was trying to play for more.
Right.
But the C4 move, I really like this move. If you look at this pawn structure.
Very visual.
Yes, it's beautiful. And White of course, cannot take here because of D3. So what happened was C take, actually Rook B6. No pawns were traded yet. D takes C. So now we see the which pawns were taken, and Rooks. This was a good sacrifice, but Knight E5 was better than Knight D2.
Oh, by far.
Yes, and here best move for Black is to just go Rook takes F2.
This is
And
what he
then-
was afraid of.
Yes, and then pick up the knight with this check, Queen C5. But looks like after Knight F3, White can hold this endgame.
This is very difficult to call it, especially with no time on the clock, because you get as far as here and you think, wow, I'm allowing a pass
This
pawn on
pawn
C3.
is very,
Yeah.
very scary looking, yes, indeed.
But it's so forcing. I'm threatening to play knight takes D2 and take that pass pawn off the board,
Well,
right?
maybe not, because some queen endgames can still be dangerous, right? But
Really?
I guess here Black King is very open, so we should
Sure.
always have perpetual check.
I would think so, yeah.
Well, after today's round full of adventures, let's take a look at our current standings.
After 2 rounds of play.
2 rounds of play. Well, 2 rounds it's been. And at the top of the table, it is Nodirbek Abdusattorov with 4 points, 2 wins, and he's tied alongside Kirill Shevchenko. Kirill being our lowest rated participant, but they are closely followed by Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer. They're on 3 points. And then we see Arjun Erigaisi with 2 points. And we see a lot of people there on 1 point. They need to get motoring.
Exactly. Arjun, the only player at 50%. That's kind of rare. And, well, as we go to break, let's take this chance to introduce you to the players. You'll see some familiar faces and some young new faces. Take a look. We'll be back after the break.
This year's Superbet Poland Rapid and Blitz even sees the return of 33-year-old Norwegian superstar Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has had success with the Grand Chess Tour with 2 tour wins as a full participant. He is playing 2 GCT Rapid and Blitz events as a wildcard this year. When describing Magnus, where do you start? He was the youngest player ever to reach FIDE #1 at age 19 and has stayed there for over 14 years. Magnus is a 5-time world champion, the reigning 5-time world rapid champion, and the reigning 7-time world blitz champion. This fast chess event makes Magnus an obvious favorite.
24-year-old Wei Yi is the #2 player in China. He is a former world youth champion and two-time Chinese national champion. Like all the great players, he started early, becoming a grandmaster at age 13 and the youngest player ever to reach a 2700 rating at age 15. He comes to this event after winning this year's Tata Steel competition. Wei Yi will be playing this event as a wild card.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov is an Uzbeki-born 19-year-old grandmaster who knows something about Rapid and Blitz. In fact, at age 17, he won the 2021 World Rapid Championship, making him the youngest to be a world champion in any time control. Nodirbek was a youthful grandmaster, earning his title at 13 years and 1 month. It'll be exciting to watch him at his first GCT event.
18-year-old Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa, known to the world as Prag, is one of several young Indian chess champions making waves in the world of chess. Prag is a multiple-time world youth champion and is the 5th youngest player ever to become a grandmaster, achieving the title at the age of 12 years and 10 months. Prag just played in the candidates, finishing a respectable 5th among the best players in the world. His older sister Vaishali is also a women's Indian champion.
26-year-old Jan-Krzysztof Duda is the highest-rated Polish chess player of all time. This tournament in Poland holds a special importance to Jan. The world took notice when in 2021, he defeated Magnus Carlsen at the World Cup, which sent Jan onto the 2022 candidates. He won the Superbet event in 2022, finishing a full 4 points ahead of the field and becoming a local hero to his Polish fans.
Anish Giri is a 29-year-old Dutch grandmaster and a 4-time Dutch champion. Anish has ranked in the top 10 of all players in the world for the last 10 years. His recent victory at the 2023 Tata Steel event and his 5-time contributions to the Dutch Olympiad team has made Anish Giri a favorite player to watch.
At age 20, India's highest-ranked chess player is Arjun Erigaisi, the 54th Grandmaster from India. Arjun won his Grandmaster title at age 14 years, 11 months, and is enjoying a successful career in India and around the world. He joins a growing list of top-rated Indian players and ranks up there with former world champion Viswanathan Anand. This will be Arjun's first time playing in the GCT.
At the young age of 17, Damaraju Gukesh, known to the world as Gukesh D, has just come from an amazing performance at the 2024 candidates in Toronto, Canada, where he outplayed some of the best in the world. His win at the candidates qualifies Gukesh to play Dinglerin for the upcoming World Championship. He will be the youngest chess player to ever play for the world title. He is swarmed by Indian fans, and even with his low-key demeanor, has become a world favorite. This will be Gukesh's first GCT appearance as a full tour participant.
Vincent Keymer, at age 19, is the current German #1 chess player and one of the top juniors in the world. Vincent earned his Grandmaster title at the age of 14 years and 11 months, the youngest ever by a German player. He's currently ranked 27th in the world, and even though he's considered a long shot at this Superbet event, Vincent Keymer is definitely a player to watch. This is his first GCT event.
21-year-old Kirill Shevchenko is a Ukrainian-born grandmaster who transferred to the Romanian Federation in 2023. Another amazing young chess prodigy, Kirill earned the GM title at 14 years and 9 months. With a peak FIDE rating of 2694, he is the current #3 highest-rated Romanian player, and he joins 5 other players aged 21 or younger at this event. Kirill is playing in the Grand Chess Tour for the first time.
All these young grandmasters will be chasing an older by chess standards, Magnus Carlsen, the best rapid and blitz player in the world. This year's Superbet Poland will be fun to watch.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
We are back for round 3, our final round of the day. It's been 2 exhilarating rounds. So let's check out the standings and see who's at the top of the table, because this is perhaps somewhat unexpected. We see Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Kirill Shevchenko, the lowest rated player, both winning their 2 games to be there at the top with 4 points. Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer are 1 point behind with 1 win and a draw apiece.
Exactly. And the pairings for this, the 3rd and final round of today.
And there you see Gukesh. He's had a somewhat unlucky start. He's lost 2 of his games. He is playing Anish, Giri, Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. Vincent Keymer, Kirill Shevchenko, Magnus Carlsen will face off against Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Arjun Erigaisi plays Wei Yi.
Oh, good matchups as get ready for the start of round 3. In fact, play is underway as I'm just going to jump into the game between Magnus Carlsen and Duda. You remember that these 2 gladiators were you know, it was a two-horse race last year, as it was only due to an unbelievable 9-0 blitz run in the first day of blitz that's kept Duda out of the first place, and Magnus just absolutely outperformed. We've got something strange going on, and I don't even know what we were going to call this. Magnus is white, e4, playing not an open Sicilian. He plays h2, h3. Magnus likes doing the non-ordinary. He likes investigating the sidelines. I don't understand the move h2, h3 at all. He's chosen it. Knight f6, knight c3, a7, a6. Black says, please, let's transpose to an open Sicilian where you've played the move h3. Magnus says, no, I don't want to do that either. I'll play a4, e7, e6 again, inviting some kind of classical open Sicilian where white is committed to h3. Will he do it?
Yeah, this is the question, right? Will he just go d4 and say, look, I've got you into my territory, I've confused you, or...
Who's confusing whom?
You just go bishop e2.
I don't even know what to call this opening. I'd be shocked if this is in your database.
I think we just call it Sicilian defense and
move pass right along.
But it can transpose to Nodirbek, actually.
Yes, and he has played d4,
yes.
By the way. So
definitely an interesting choice by Magnus.
With the inclusion of h2, h3 against I want to say a classical Shevchenko, but I see you've got a classical Philidor position on the board.
Actually, it started as Pierce, I believe, or Philidor, right? Interesting choice for our tournament leader, as Nodirbek has 2 out of 2. Right. He's playing the third game of the black pieces against Prague, and he chooses this opening that, if it was classical chess, we would say that that's a very risky choice. But maybe in the rapid, it's all right, we'll see. So right now, white can take on d4 with any of these 3 pieces. Which one would you prefer, Jovi?
Which one of those pieces?
Yeah.
The knight.
The knight looks a lot more logical. You want to go to f5, bishop f8. And yes, we have typical Philidor position. The black's main problem will always be d6 pawn. However, knight is coming to e5. So if we try to go after the pawn right away, bishop f4, knight e5, we have to find a good place for this bishop. We can go to f1 or a2. Both are possible. With bishop a2, we keep an eye on pawn on f7. With bishop f1, I've seen later this bishop end up being fianchettoed.
Right.
And as with most Philidor positions, white always has a pleasant slight advantage.
Right, the greater piece activity. Funny that you should like to take with the knight. Knight takes d4, followed by knight f5. Very, very logical follow-up. I don't really like my bishop on e3. I think I'm kind of in the way of my rook. So for me, the move that's more attractive, I'd find more attractive personally, is bishop takes d4, which, by the way, he just played it, really, as I was just talking about it. And it's not that I really desperately want to play the move e5, but I have it, you know, and I'm expecting that in the resulting position, because I have a little bit more activity with my pieces, yeah, I will be better. For example, I can play queen d3, rook to d1. I've already connected my rooks. Again, more activity. Looks like Prague will be coming out of the opening for choice. We'll keep an eye on this one. I'm very curious to see what Kirill is doing. He's up against Vincent. Vincent trails him by just a point. And we have...
Also struggling to come up with a name for this opening.
Yeah.
The current position.
I understand this, I've had this position as white on multiple occasions, and there hasn't been a single occasion where I didn't play bishop b5, sorry.
No, I just, now you mentioned the name, and here I've got English opening, the Agincourt defense. I've never heard of that in my life.
Right over my head as well. Bishop b5 has been my automatic go-to move in this position. I've never played anything but bishop b5. Bishop e2. That's a kind of a, what did you call it? Agincourt?
Agincourt.
Agincourt. Like what?
From the medieval days, right?
Right.
the Knights of Arjun. I'm just making that up, but I know that there was
King Arthur.
King Arthur.
And the courts.
No,
well, I don't
would
know.
Be French.
Agincourt.
Would be French.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that.
D4. Okay. By the way, there is a tidy little threat. Do not think about castling. D4, D3 will ruin your day. He took, and moved the bishop. Okay. So he encouraged the pawn on D4, and basically what Vincent is going to try to argue is how clever I am that I induce you to play the move D5, D4, where your pawn is more vulnerable. Let's see if it's true. Bishop C5, defending the pawn. Queen E2 check, and Kirill stopped.
Decision
Maybe with
time,
good reason.
Right? Do you go
You
Bishop
don't want
E6?
Yeah, you don't want to lose the pawn. Queen
No,
E7.
Queen E7, you just
invites,
lose D4.
And the D4 pawn is clipped. On the other hand, the move bishop to E6 does invite knight G5, and we're going to go down a rabbit hole here where I'm going to try to prove I've got sufficient, excuse me.
King H8?
Yes, sufficient compensation for my pawn. It's going to be a struggle to prove that I have sufficient compensation for my pawn. So maybe after the move Queen E2, help us out. Now see, did Vincent trick his opponent?
I understand why you're asking that question, because I thought so as well. But then Engine told me that black is completely fine. After bishop e6, you were looking at immediately knight g5, right?
Yeah.
Yes, and here black just castles, and actually advantage goes to black after castle.
But we were looking at just
Takes.
doing a smash and grab.
Takes.
Grab and run.
So here f takes, e is okay, but black has a much stronger move. Queen d6.
Oh, so what?
No comment, right?
Say what? Really?
Right. So, of course, if we take on f8, idea is rook e8, and even though you can get 2 rooks for the queen, at the end, I believe you lose the knight, so that's not enough compensation for the queen. And if you, let's say...
Can I take a bishop? Knight takes c5.
Oh, knight takes c5.
You go rook e8.
Rook e8.
So now I have got 2 minor pieces and a rook. I've got an issue with my knight, like, oh dear, where do I move my knight?
And also the problem is
king
after,
as well.
after rook e2, king
You've got to go
e2.
knight to d3. Yeah, but you don't want to do that. No, knight.
There's always tactics after king e2. There will be queen e5, and I'll be picking up some minor piece.
So I'm still trying to come out with a material count. Bishop a3. Let me just put a move on the board.
Bishop
a3.
Rook takes
Captures.
Bishop takes. Bishop
Check.
takes. Bishop takes e2.
Where are you going
Oh,
with
bishop
the king?
takes e2.
Yeah, so I've got
All right.
I've got a rook and 2 minor
but still,
pieces.
But you will be pinned on e2 and can't get out of that easily. Because you want f3, king f2, but
Sure.
it's not going to work in this position.
Wow. Seriously, I didn't see queen d6. Queen d6 is...
I think it's a very difficult move to see.
Right.
And currently the players... Oh, okay. Queen e5 was actually Engine's best move, and that's what we have on the board.
Very
I guess
nice.
white is picking up d4 pawn on the next move. Let's say if black plays bishop d6, queen d4 castle, black can sacrifice that pawn for... the compensation is that black's ahead in development.
2 bishops.
But as we know, that is quite temporary.
Also, the pawn on d2 is a really bad pawn, let's face it. You
Yeah,
can...
and I never moved.
How can a pawn ever be bad?
It's bad.
It's bad?
It's bad,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll trust you on this one. But queen e5, give us a eval by the computer engine,
We
evenish?
have all these moves on the board, and it's 0-0-4. Plus 0-0-4. So equal.
Wow. All right. And thank you, Nasi, as our tournament co-leader. Essays the black pieces against Vincent. Let's go to our other tournament co-leader in Prague's game. By the way, we did see bishop takes d4. And then after bishop takes d4, we did see knight f8, queen d3, bishop e6, rook d1, a7, a6, bishop b3. It's sort of like one of those positions where white's done all of the good active moves. you put your pieces in the center, you've made luft, and now you don't know what to do. So you play bishop b3 because you're looking and you're saying to yourself, will e5 bring me an advantage? And if the answer is no, you play bishop b3 and you say, okay, to your opponent, do something.
Right, and isn't b5, wasn't that a kind of a big threat as well on the board?
b5?
Yeah, so if you just made a random move, king h1, something,
sure.
Then b5 was happening. And then follow that up with c5. Follow that with push on the queen side. And
my question is, I put my rook on d1 with a purpose. Let me just ask you.
Knight takes bishop.
And bishop takes.
I don't care. I have to go bishop takes bishop.
I was begging you, please, to capture with the g-pawn. And that would permanently damage. In this case, yeah, I can understand. You've got in a very useful move b5. So I suppose the move bishop b3. Okay, in a sense, it's sidesteps. King h1, by the way.
Also, maybe he's threatening this whole idea of bishop takes knight because
Right.
now this bishop on b3 protected, very important in modern day chess.
And I haven't developed your knight to e6. So maybe bishop takes f6 is the intended follow-up by Prague after the move bishop b3. You've got the Magnus game on your board.
This game is heating up in Magnus, if we can go back to...
Let's jump into it because I really can't make heads or tails of this position of Prague. What's happening in Magnus?
So we decided to call this just Sicilian defense, and Magnus chose the aggressive line g4. And as we can see, he kept going, g5, h4. Duda's also playing correctly, but I really like this moment in this position. We're typically used to seeing this bishop being developed on e3, but Magnus here noticed that b3 and fianchetto in the bishop is really nice in the g7 square around the king, since we're committed to the kingside attack. And I'm thinking he might even castle long.
If he gets
very likely.
all of those moves
for that reason, Duda played b5 to at least try to open up the a file, so that in case white castles here, black also has some counterattack. So at the moment we have this position, bishop b2, e5, queen d2. Engine does like black, probably because black is more centralized and ahead in development. But given the practical chances, I would take white. Well, that's because I like to attack.
In this position, this very, very specific position that you are showing us, my perspective is the pawn on e5 was necessary to block the bishop's diagonal. But I got, go ahead, the position that you have on the board. But it came with an additional benefit. The pawn on e5 protects the f4 and d4 squares, so I'm thinking knight c5, knight e6, and knight f4. And who's better and why?
We could try that. Let's say knight c5. The computer suggested moves that I cannot explain. Bishop c1, a5, and rook h3. I'm just going to ignore those moves and make some human move. Let's say knight d5.
Okay. I probably knight e6.
You carry on, right? Knight
e6. You don't take the pawn on a4.
No, irrelevant.
More training is required. Okay, knight e6, let's go.
And here we take the bishop.
Okay.
And now you jump in with the knight too.
Maybe castle long, and we're all in. We're sacrificing the pawn, and...
Thank you.
You do like to attack, but wait a minute. I mean, don't I have an attack for free here? Rook to d8? I'm not going to let you play queen. Yes.
d8?
Yeah.
And then a5, close it down.
a5, very good.
Knight f4?
Knight f4, bishop f3. It will be slow, but it will still happen. h5, rook g1, h5, g6 is still coming.
Wow. I love this knight on f4. I thought it was going to bring me glory. Queen d7?
In fact, computer here suggests black needs to play f6 or f5 and
F6.
get ahead of this attack.
Okay, I kind of will go for that. f6, f5.
f5, okay.
f5. Kind of
F5
forces you to
takes,
take, right?
Correct. And first king b1, prophylaxis move, and next I see it suggesting rook g1, rook g4, double the rooks, and
advantage.
Play on.
Wow, thank you for that, Nasi. Really, these open positions.
He's gone for a different plan, and that's what I was actually going to ask Nasi and yourself.
Yes.
Because you came up with this idea of knight c5, knight to e6. What happens if you just go for pawn break with f6 or f5? And it happened.
Good question, because that's exactly what Duda did do. First, he wanted to discourage queenside castling. b5 takes a4. That's a strong discouragement, because no matter how you recapture, your king isn't going to be that safe on the queen side anymore. And f7, f6 basically says, hey, look, this f-file, if I get to play takes on, or if you have to take, let's just say, let's say rook takes. This f-file is going to be a really, really nice source of play. Queen f8 is on my agenda. What do you have? Magnus just played
g6.
A stunner of a move, g6. Duda said, "Thank you for that. I'll have that pawn."
You have to.
And h5.
Watch on that one. h5.
And we're caught up with the players. Oh my goodness.
Well, actually, g6 was a very interesting moment. It's definitely a great idea for white to try to keep the f-file closed.
Yes.
But black could have still forced to open it with f5.
Ah.
Very sneaky move, but it's so hard to ignore the pawn on g6.
True that.
So currently after h5, g5, computer says black is slightly better, probably because of the extra pawn, but I still like white's attacking chances. And king now will castle long, or no, it cannot remain in the center for much longer.
And it's not going kingside. So
No.
knight c5, let's go. Let's have some fun.
Let's see, knight c5.
The knight jumps in.
Can we castle long?
I didn't know if you wanted knight d5. And here, I really want to play rook b8 and rook takes b3 and
nice.
a5 and a4. So I don't know in what... of course, I wanted to play g6, shut it down.
Okay, g6. Yeah, black is preferable in this position because even when I get h7, you can just play king h8.
I'll be safe.
Typical defense where my pawn is defending your king.
Yes, which I absolutely love. But is the computer allowing me to play rook takes b3 here?
For some reason, it's not suggesting that. Let's take a look.
Knight takes e7?
Because of a lot of trades.
Gotcha.
Queen d6.
Wow.
In the endgame, white might actually have some chances. So we have knight c3 on the board, and Duda played king h8. Interesting prophylaxis move. In a way, he's walking right into the h-file.
Right.
But the only way to open it is to try to play h6, but of course he will meet that with g6.
Right.
So king on h8 looks pretty safe at the moment.
And at the same time, moves like knight d5, if I'm required to capture on d5, knight d5, bishop takes d5, any recapture is not coming with a check. I think Duda also wants to prepare the move f6, f5 himself. And in all cases, he thinks his king is going to be safer on h8. This is a barn burner of a game. Wow. Magnus's strange treatment with the move h2, h3 has really led to a very rich middle game position.
It's one of those positions where you have to burn the bridges in order to make progress for Magnus. So very risky play.
Very
by
risky
world number
indeed.
one.
We'll see. And what else do you have for us?
We have an
Nasi?
interesting endgame position in Kirill's game against Vincent.
Right.
So we have players who are doing really well today so far in the first two games. I was trying to evaluate this position without the engine, and I preferred black, but engine really loves the extra pawn, especially in the end game. So here it's suggesting that Kirill shouldn't try to get the pawn back right away, but instead just keep putting pressure, play rook d8.
Logical move.
Knight d4, king g7, and just saying black has fantastic rooks, bishop is probably slightly better than the knight, and let's just keep playing this position, not picking up any pawns yet.
Rook d8, by the way, as you've prescribed, on the board.
Mm-hmm. That requires a lot of self-restraint, right? To
Right.
go king to g7 and not grab that pawn on.
when every fiber in your being is like, you know,
because
like...
in the position that Nazi has, you know, I would be playing rook to e3, saying, oh,
right, we need to trade it as soon as we can.
Yeah, exactly. And this young man is on a tear. Two victories in a row has netted him a share at first.
Yes, and he did defeat Gukesh with the black pieces in round 1. In round 2, he defeated Praggnanandhaa. Beautiful sacrifice there out of the opening. So, let's see. 2 straight wins, 4 points. He is in the lead. That is the question.
He couldn't resist. The restraint of rook d8 was certainly admirable, but it only lasted for a half a ply. Rook takes f3 on the board. I suspect we're going to see rook to d1 to c1. I mean, this rook on d1 makes such a woeful impression, and I'm not playing d4. Is there an argument to be made for rook e3?
That's what I would be tempted to do, just
trying
to
to
at
get
least
rid of this, dislodge this rook.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you don't really want to be going rook takes rook, correcting white's pawn structure. So.
I feel that trade, just as you described it, you correct my pawn structure. You're doing me a solid.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I see this game as being very balanced at the moment. I'm really intrigued by the Magnus Carlsen versus Duda game. Let me refresh my board for a moment and bring that up. King h8. What are the clock times? How are these two gladiators doing?
So Magnus is just under 15 minutes, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's got 19 minutes and 23 seconds.
I would say a significant 5-minute advantage. That might be very beneficial going later in the game. By the way, King h8 puts the ball firmly in Magnus's court. Are you going to castle long?
Live with the king in the center. That's my philosophy for the time being, right? You know.
And so, how do you continue here?
Well, we need to improve the knight.
Let's do it.
So, how to do that? So, and if you go knight to d5, are you capturing?
No, I'll just hang. I'll say you got your knight on a good square. I'll play a5.
Okay, now let's go knight to
e3.
e3.
Okay, so I get you. I mean, those squares are delish. Knight to c5. I'm with you. Give me that guy. You're almost obliged to play f3 here, and I don't know if that's really.
But then
you really killed your play there. It feels wrong.
You know, it totally feels wrong. Okay, so knight to e3 is a step in the wrong direction. I feel knight to d5 is...
Okay, a5. The reason behind a5 is I'm trying to discourage you from going long. I want to play a4, please.
Okay, let me utilize your philosophy, which is invite everyone to the party. Bishop to a3.
Bishop to a3.
Yes.
I thought you were going to play rook h3. I thought the bishop was already in a party.
No, the bishop is not doing a thing. It's just looking at a brick wall. So bishop a3, now threat, knight takes bishop. D6 pawn, and then I will be very happy. So you have to go...
I can take on d5, followed by a4. I kind of like this.
Gift me the light squares, Yasser.
Yes.
And then what I'm going to do...
What are you going to do?
If you've got your eyes closed and you're sleepwalking for the next... is I will zigzag this bishop on g2. I will put it on g6 and then go h6.
Oh, that is nasty. Okay, well, since you warned me so far in advance...
Well, I don't even need to put my bishop on g6, but I can get it to f5, and I'll be very happy.
We're having fun with this Magnus Carlsen position because there's plans for both sides. The computer is going to be laughing at us, I'm sure, but how does the computer evaluate the current position?
Well, your analysis are actually pretty correct.
No way.
Yeah, but Engine still prefers black slightly.
Okay.
But let's take a look at this interesting moment in the game Prague against the tournament leader Nodirbek. Right now, the last move looks like Nodirbek made an inaccurate move, queen b6. Instead, better move was knight to d7, allowing e takes d, sacrificing a pawn temporarily.
Right.
Rook e1, knight e1, and then playing queen b6 and trying to get this pawn back in a couple of moves, maybe with knight c5.
Okay.
The problem with current queen b6 is that, let's say if Okay,
A5.
we have the moves. A5, correct move. Queen A7. And wow, Rook F4. Pragg found the right idea. The idea is that if you take the pawn,
Sack
I'm going to
the rook.
sacrifice the exchange and then follow up with Queen F5 first before knight E4. Very strong attack coming. Queen to both knights and even rook can join in.
Rook E4, Rook G4, Knight
For
E4,
black,
yeah.
because of this pawn structure, it'll be very hard to use any of the major pieces in the defense.
Yeah.
So it's all about this bishop. Can it alone support the king?
I find the position after Rook takes F6 revolting. I mean, like, I wouldn't want anything to do with that position as black. And it's happened.
Rook F4 is on the board.
I
Thing
see.
is, Nodirbek can't really avoid Rook F6 because
If you go Knight D7 and try...
knight D7 here.
Can the queen just
Oh,
zoom
queen.
into F5? You can't.
Actually, Queen F5, knight E5, and computer says somehow black is okay, sacrificing F7 pawn. I'll show this for the audience. It's an interesting moment. Queen F5, knight takes, take back, and just give up F7 pawn and hide on H8.
Bishop on F8, great defender.
But instead of Queen F5, white has this winning move E6. With the idea that if you take, I have Queen G6, and I think F7 square is a real problem now with the knight hanging on D7.
Wow.
wow.
What a shot. E6 and Queen G6.
And-
And once again, tell us a little bit more about our tournament co-leader here.
Yeah.
He is incredibly young.
He is just 19 years old. And he has a massive, quite universal rating of 2771, and in 2021, at just the tender age of 17 years old, he became the World Rapid Chess Champion.
And the youngest world champion
Ever.
for the Blitz Rapid Classical titles.
Yep.
And extraordinary, and what a incredibly bright future. We're so very happy to have him as one of our Grand Chess Tour members. And we didn't see the move Queen F5. I see that Pragg has played Knight E4, and I can't blame him, even though the computer gives it a beautiful orange question mark. Queen F5 followed by Queen F5. We understand was the computer's first choice, but Knight E4. Oh, you're going to play Rook E6.
Rook E6, right. So having the queen here, of course, helped a lot in the attack.
Right.
But it still looks very good after knight H4. We want to put the knight on F5, and
Yes,
white
we
queen
do.
can come to the king side via D1 or E2. But computer has this way of defending with F5, which is a very difficult move to make. The idea is that now rook will be able to defend the G file. That's the key move. Without F5, computer says white's +2.
But you know, I think F5 is very much findable because it was my natural instinct as well. Because otherwise, as you mentioned, knight will sit on F5, the queen swings over. It's
Rook E3,
Rook E3, Rook G3. It's going to be death on the G line.
Black's position is repulsive. I hate it. I really do. But F5 is a very nice defensive resource, and it's not obvious. You're giving up an important pawn, but on the other hand, you're allowing this rook on E6 a lateral defense to G6, and maybe even H6 pawn is important too.
Right, and black doesn't need to play immediately Rook G6. There's a couple of good moves here for black. One of them is just simply developing your rook to the open file.
Sure.
Rook D8, and then black really needs to try to bring the queen back into the game. And it's not easy to do because we control all of the squares.
Right.
But it's just saying go Queen B8, Rook D5, Queen D8.
So if we, for example, continue the line Rook E3, just
E3,
bring
Queen B8,
Queen E2, just bring the queen over, yeah.
And black continues with the same idea.
Queen
Rook D5.
H5. I'm angling for Rook G3 check, and Queen
And
takes
F7, right?
Yeah.
So black queen is right in time to defend that pawn with Queen E8.
Gotcha. And Rook G3 check.
Such beautiful knights.
I know. I mean, it's pretty as a picture. But King H8, and you're saying there's no
Computer just
breakthroughs.
finds some very quick repetitions. There's one of them is just Rook G3 check, King H8, Queen H4, Queen D8, and repeats because doesn't find an advantage for either white or black here.
Darn it.
Chess,
Thank you.
it always ends in a draw.
Could you be
Nasi.
kind of, I don't know, I feel like...
Say it.
I feel like, no, I'm just playing like a game. I'm thinking, if I get the white pawn to h5 and then I can go queen to g4.
You got no rook g6 because you got queen g8 checkmate.
Exactly.
But where do we move our queen? Because whenever you go to g4, I have rook g6.
Yeah, this is the thing. So we have to, could it be done earlier down the line? So
From the start, we put our queen on e2.
yeah, leave the queen on e2. I'm very, very happy. So put the rook on
Rook g3
g3.
here. King h8.
And now h4.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's be a hero.
Right. Black still goes to rook g6 immediately.
Hate it.
We're just one tempo behind.
Okay. I'm with Jovi. Put the rook back on e3 for just a second, and let's start with h4.
We're changing the move order.
Right.
This is smart. Now we can get h5.
Yay.
Yeah, we got it.
Now it's going to be death on the G line.
History will judge us as heroic.
Exactly.
Rook to g3. Let's go.
I'm surprised this is not winning. Engine found a different defense for black, bishop e7, and I'm guessing the idea is
Bishop g5.
just bishop g5.
These
And I'm
engines
happy to
are
trade the queens, of course.
It's depressing. You know, the much hoped for breakthrough ideas of knight h6. Goodness knows, I'd like even b3, b4. Just saying.
b4 is actually the top move.
Saying, you know, you can't move almost as black, but maybe it's not enough for a win. We're going to keep an eye on this. Let's again just go back to Magnus.
So
game
much
because
excitement happening
everywhere.
You know, I also see that the game between Gukesh and Anish is also
Heating
red
up.
hot.
Bishop a3, a5. Duda followed, and guess what? Castles. Wow. That is a big time move. And it's basically saying, I think my king is safe on the queen side. Bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. That's the concession that he wrought. He wants to play takes on e7 and queen takes d6. So Duda felt himself compelled to give up his light square bishop. I loved your bishop to g6, zigging and zagging its way. And so you can play h6 and life is good.
Gives me the light squares.
Right. Queen takes d5, and this is the current position. Weigh in on this one for us, Nasi.
Right, I was looking, after queen d5, I really want to play a4 for black.
Sure.
But after that, just bishop c5, trade, and queen e6 is an annoying move.
Wow.
Not trading queens, keeping the queens on the board. Queen e8 only move, because otherwise if you go queen c7, there's rook d7. And I still have rook d7, and all of a sudden, this looks
scary.
Very scary. Even though you have the pawn here, and you can try to promote or open up my king, you first have to... Well, does black have to deal with that?
Can you just go a b3, right?
Right.
That's what I'm wondering.
That is looking like a... Oh, no. C takes b3.
Just cold-blooded move. C takes b3. Ignore everything.
And can you just go... No, because queen takes bishop comes with ideas of checkmates.
Boy.
And white also wants to play h6.
What about rook a1
Rook a1 check. Let's see. This rook is all right. It's not hanging.
I'm not a fanboy. This doesn't... Yeah, the queen on e6 is actually too powerful.
Pieces. Very powerful, yes.
Yeah, they're doing a great defensive job in some ways of controlling my pieces.
So maybe black needs to be more prophylactic and play queen c7.
Right.
To not allow queen e6, rook d7, because now if you do this, black has an extra tempo, so I can play c4 with bishop a3 coming with a check.
Now we're talking. Now I've got some play.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, queen b6.
Similar to
ideas.
Right.
Yeah. And that just takes away the whole queen e6 concept. Bishop takes c5, d takes c5.
You know what idea computer finds here?
No, what?
For white, bishop f1 going to c4.
You're zigging and zagging.
I tell you, it's all about the light square bishop.
There you go. Bishop f1 to c4. Good defensive piece on the c4 square.
Yeah, bishop's not good anymore on g2, so just trying to improve our piece.
But you know, I just saw a beautiful line in the future with this bishop being on f1 and c4.
Yes.
So if you manage to get that, then all you need to do is start advancing the h pawn. You get it to h7.
And queen g8.
And queen g8.
Very nice.
That is gross.
We can see that happening. Let's say rook a7, bishop c4.
Rook b8.
Let's say rook b8.
h6.
There's of course other wins, but I like Jovi's line a lot, and then queen g8 coming.
a4.
Very pretty.
a4, queen g8, yeah.
Bishop f1. But no, it's not been played. I think Magnus has gone for my
Bishop
suggestion,
H.
bishop h3, with the idea of just putting the bishop on f5, h6.
Okay, so bishop h3. Again, I love this idea of the bishop coming to f5, so that you can play h6 and then not allow the bypassing move g6. Bishop h3. Duda says, gotta go. Let's do it. a5, a4. Now the key question is, what happens after b4? I'm assuming the knight goes back. Knight to a5, eyeballing.
I thought maybe the knight could just throw itself into
the fray?
into the fray with knight to b3.
Okay, pause. Because
if you start stepping back...
Well, the question is after king b2, your knight is kind of in a no man's land, right? But if I'm greedy, and I am greedy...
Yeah, then just throw it.
Let's go.
Pawn. Yeah, let's go.
Takes. Okay. Bishop b2. Yeah, let's get off the c-file.
Yeah.
The nice thing is if you try to throw a rook takes a3 at me, followed by rook a8, I do have that covered.
Well, I wanted queen a7.
Queen a7, sorry. Queen a7. Queen takes b3. It's a little, I've got a...
Queen takes f2 was the big idea, but look, it's nothing.
Okay, still it's not comfy.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm worried about in the current position is that
Yes.
if you just keep going backwards with the knight and you allow this closing down of the queen side...
He's done it. He's played the
He's
move
played
b3. b4. That is definitely the most challenging.
And he's quickly moved the knight to a6.
I think Duda's instinct, if you will, is right on point here. Knight b3, maybe just king b1 and just asking the knight, why did you put your knight on b3? Knight a6, give me the pawn. Knight takes, as well as the potential for knight c7 and knight to b5 is on black's agenda. What's white doing, Nasi? What is Magnus up to?
Knight b3 was definitely interesting. Arjun was saying that it's only +1 for white here.
Wow, okay.
Black just has compensation. There's nothing immediate, just compensation. But after knight a6, it's suggesting to play b5 and offer trade of queens with queen c6. And then in the end game, what do we have? This bishop is very good. D6 pawn is a weakness, but attack, we would say, is completely dead without the queen.
With the queen's off the board, I don't have the fears that I had a moment ago.
Your king is not going to get checkmated, but I'm very, very worried for like how you're going to extricate your king from the corner, and you're always going to have to be calculating h5, h6, and I don't feel like black.
Well, it's
has
very,
any
very consequent at the moment. Let's try knight to b5.
Right, black has counterplay here, so you can try a3 or rook b8, and white also has things to worry about on the queen side.
Yeah, there are issues. I was going to play a3 myself, but I feel like, I mean, it's a 3-result game. I don't think, especially with the queens off the board, I don't think my king is as scary. I'm not as scared with the queens off the board. a3, rook b8, knight d4.
It is a game for 3 results, but as we know, that means it's triple zeros.
Yes. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's move over to the game of Praggnanandhaa. How is he doing? As Prague is up against tournament co-leader, and when we left it, he had, simply put, 2 gorgeous knights. And by the way, f6, f5. a beautiful defensive move was found. Knight takes f5, rook d8, rook e3. And look at this. No rook d5, but rook d4, immediately offering an exchange. Do you want it? No, I don't. I want your knight. Rook takes. And he's brought his queen into the game at the cost of giving back his material gains. I'm not a fan. I think white has this big, huge knight sitting on the f5 square, and that should give him, well, in my view, a very long-term advantage. The engines disagree?
No, I just agree with you. White has a positional advantage now because of the white knight on f5. However, it does say that queen e2 was an inaccurate move. After rook d4, instead, white should have played the check first, rook g3, king h8, then accept sacrifice here on d4, and now if queen d4, then play queen e2. So such subtle differences, but here it's +2, while in the current position it's less than +1. Not sure why.
We're going to have to talk a little bit softer because I think the players can hear our voice in the studio. H4, H5 on Prague's agenda here. Look what he's just done.
Makes a lot of sense, right? The G line is the only weakness black has in the position.
Yes, and you just want to make sure that any attacks along the G file are not met by rook G6. So having the pawn on H5, useful for sure. H4 on the board, big advantage. How about on the clock?
In terms of clock time, we do see it is pretty even. Nodirbek has 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Praggnanandhaa roughly the same.
King H7. Do your worst, says Black.
I think this game is very, very interesting.
Yes.
But I really think that the fireworks is happening in the Magnus Carlsen Jan-Krzysztof Duda game.
Let's do it.
Because we were looking at white playing b5 and holding on to the pawn on
queen
b4.
c6.
But Magnus is going all in. The queen is now on e6.
Wow, 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 wow. That better work. Because if it doesn't work, it could really be a very, very costly blunder. Why do I think that? I would love for my knight to be on b5. Yeah? And one of the things with the queen on d5 is you're making knight c7 and knight b5 tempo. Tak, 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 tak. So I understand you want to take my bishop, yeah?
But yeah,
okay.
I understand that, but I feel like sorry,
no,
yes,
please.
knight takes pawn.
You want
I want to take it.
Okay.
And now I want to go knight to a2.
Check.
Check. Hake.
Hake.
Hake, come out.
No,
you
it's not legal.
And now queen takes f2.
Queen takes f2. Hake.
Another one.
No me
gusta. He's completely winning here.
Completely.
Good job, Joey.
Completely. So knight takes b4. I can't take the bishop. I got to take the knight.
Yeah.
Or you can also do in between move h6.
H6. Still inviting knight a2 check.
Knight a2,
queen takes it. Queen takes knight.
Oh, excuse me. Good morning, St. Louis.
Yeah.
Let's take a snapshot of Duda and see what this Polish hero has done.
Yeah, he is 25 years old, has a URS rating, universal rating of 2760, and in 2021 he won the World Cup. He defeated Magnus Carlsen along the way. He's a Polish hero. Polish fighter is actually his handle on chess. Online chess.
Yeah, and he won that tournament by 4 points. That's called not running away, galloping away, Secretariat style.
So you can see Magnus
Queen e6 and Magnus, I wanted to say, that is, I mean, I've seen a lot of Magnus Carlsen postures. That's not Magnus's game. That looks like Vincent's game, but
Duda took on before, which is a mistake, a big mistake. It's very tempting. The best move was rook a7, just defend the bishop on e7 first, and then take on b4 after. So let's see why knight b4 has 2 question marks. It's mostly because it gives away black's advantage. So the best move here is h6, as we were discussing. g6, of course, only move.
Right.
Now we take on b4, and if you
capture,
after queen e7,
there's a mate
on g7. So it's a big difference. That's why we include h6.
Right.
So after bishop b4, actually, black's best move is still rook a7 in this position, but why did we just give away our knight for free?
We could have started with rook a7 and decided upon the solution of knight takes b4. So you're saying...
This is still a complicated position, why it's not winning, why it's better slightly, and has to play c3 in order to maintain the advantage. Allow queen takes f2, and then just...
These are not easy
keep
moves.
Playing. Not at all. Bishop
Wow.
g2 and just keep playing, because there is no more attack really happening on the king side, at least not yet, and we have to watch the a-pawn. That's a very dangerous pawn.
Wow.
And could you also, just to rewind a little bit, after h6, do you have time to go rook a7? No, because it's coming.
I think if we allow h6, g,
then hg,
and then bishop
just
f5,
checkmate.
and then
Rook
there's no
h7 is
salvation. Yeah.
It's
That's
too
brutal.
late for black.
That's very
So
fast.
we'll see if Magnus plays h6.
I'm sure he
It's a
will.
very important
Down to 4
in-between move.
minutes, by the way, is Magnus. 7 minutes for Duda. And again, I don't think that is it. No, that's not Magnus's. Or is it Magnus?
This is Magnus's board.
Okay. Sorry, for some reason I'm thinking Duda's looking like Vincent, at least from this angle. No?
No.
Stand corrected.
And critical position here.
It truly is.
h6. Is h6 the only move? We saw queen takes bishop, loses.
Yes, because of knight a2 check.
Because of knight a2.
If we go bishop takes b4, and I agree, in this case, bishop takes b4, queen takes b4, can we play h6 now? And I've tricked you into a position.
This is a very complicated position, but black has a win here by playing d5.
Oh, dear me.
Well, hang on a second. Because bishop takes knight has been played by Magnus.
So he's
he did
looking
not
to
play
induce.
h6.
Yeah, he's looking to induce this line, and like me, he may very well have missed the move d5, because I was thinking bishop takes b4, queen takes b4, h6. If you go g6, then I happily munch, and you've already shown me the winning threat, Nasi. So after h6, d5, and we've seen the consequence of opening, and he's taken on b4, he's accepted the challenge. Tell me the win for black here. I take on g7, king takes g7, and I play the natural bishop f5, and I think I've gotcha. But you don't.
Just rook h8?
Oh.
I was thinking that there are some checks along the way, but
Right.
rook h8, pretty clinical.
Just shuts everything down.
Oh. Oh. Okay, that was...
So
that
h6
was-
here is a terrible move. It's just losing. So Magnus
Right.
has to take the bishop on e7.
He's done it. Bishop takes b4, queen takes e7 has been played.
And Duda has many good options here. a3, rook b8, queen c3, all good moves.
a3, rook b8, queen c3, all good moves. How about for you, Jovi?
a3 is the most natural one for
me too.
Because
The same.
let's promote.
Hey,
and also
pass
you get
pawns.
the queen to b2, and we know that
Okay,
the
let's
queen
have a look-see.
gets a few checks.
a3.
a3 played.
And now can I play h6?
It's the only move for white to not lose.
Is h6.
Yes.
But now our hand is forced, right? We have to go queen b2,
Queen b2, I've got my hands forced.
and now queen to d4 check.
Now here, I don't want to run the gauntlet and play king e4. You're going to take the pawn on e4 with check. I have to drop back.
And we say, how about we share the point and enjoy a cup of tea?
A halving of the point.
That's correct.
Okay. Shall we have
Good
a
game.
halving? Good game. GG. Good game. Okay. So a3 on the board, h6, only move. Magnus has 2 minutes to find it.
He played it.
He has played it already.
He has 2 minutes and 30 seconds because he found it.
It looks like this game's heading towards a draw.
Because of that perpetual.
There's no way to keep the game alive, right? You have to accept.
Yes.
Well, after queen b2, there's no...
I don't see a way to...
And black can't try anything else either.
And we have it on the board. Queen b2 check, king to d2, queen to d4 check, as expected. And Magnus is thinking, not that long.
Back.
King
And
a draw
handshake,
agreed.
a draw agreed. But what a spectacular draw.
Yeah, I think the players are going to run back to their hotel rooms and see some seriously missed opportunities. Most telling, rook a7. Take us to the Prague game versus Nodirbek.
Right, this game is still very interesting. As we already know, Prague has a positional advantage because of a wonderful knight on f5, rook on e4, just controlling most of the white squares in the position.
Right.
However, black is defending passively. Next best move is bishop g5 for Nodirbek. And it seems like white's advantage just not enough to win. It's a very pleasant position to keep playing and put in pressure. But if black doesn't make a mistake, black is okay. And also time is important here because Prague is down to 2.5 minutes.
Right.
So very hard to find any attacking moves or some new ideas when you are so low on time. So current position is queen f3, and yes, Nodirbek has found the best move, bishop g5, activating the bishop.
Knight e3, queen d7 on the board.
All right. They are making Angel's first moves,
Yeah.
even though they're in time trouble.
Their
That's very
accuracy
impressive.
is remarkable, even with no time on their clock. But for me, these were the types of positions that most especially one Anatoly Karpov was so very good at just making you have a miserable afternoon. He would just constantly find these needlesome moves. Queen f5 check, king g7.
We might see rook e5 now, taking the hanging pawn, but that leads to a lot of trades. Bishop e3.
Say rook takes?
Rook takes e3. And I have this queen d1 check. Then I take on e3 and hopefully making a draw in this queen ending.
But you can also check on d6.
Queen f4, I think,
Yeah,
covers.
So black is
That's
going after
annoying.
the weak pawns instead.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, white has too many weak pawns, so the extra pawn in the queen ending will not be
As
enough to
you've
win.
suggested, Prague did capture on e5, and like you say, inviting these trades, beginning with bishop takes e3.
So this would be a big save for the tournament co-leader, because earlier if Prague played queen f5 before playing knight d4,
Yeah.
Nodirbek would have been in big, big trouble.
There would have been no f6, f5. And for those of you who are joining us late, there was a missed opportunity very early in this game, right here. And that was after the sacrifice on f6. It was this move, queen f5. And who knew that f6, f5 was going to be the defensive resource of the day, saving the day, I would say. But queen f5 first, followed by knight e4, would have given white maybe an overwhelming advantage. As it was, definitely advantage Prague, but great defensive play by Nodirbek. And bishop takes e3, just the main line, just as Nasi had described it, has occurred on the board.
Rook takes
e3. I'm 100% sure we're going to see queen d1.
Yep.
We did. And
Very
look at how
quickly.
quickly the players are playing. 2 minutes. Tell me about the clock situations.
Yeah, so
Jovi?
Nodirbek has just under 5 minutes. Prague just under 2.5 minutes. So plenty of time for the players. Do remember that the players will be getting that 10-second bonus per move. But no draw offers are allowed.
Right. I love the quiet move, queen e2 here. You know, you're anxious to win back the pawn, but you know you're so chill, and you just say, look, you've got a lot of pawn weaknesses on b2, on b4, and look at that, queen e2.
It was actually an important move because without queen e2, white has good chances. if you play any other move, let's say even queen d2, there is queen e5 check, and then queen d4, centralizing my queen.
Right.
But yeah, queen e2, the most accurate move.
Queen e5 check on the board, king h7, not allowing. Again, with this pawn on h5, put it on h3 and it might be a little bit of a nibble, but the queen can really not move. It's basically stuck. It's stuck defending e3, h5.
There's still one person in the equation that can do a runner, and that's the king.
Okay.
I'm just thinking if this king you can give up the g-pawn, I feel that's irrelevant, but if you can just dash over to the queen side.
From your lips to Prague's ears. King h3, here you go. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Get on your sneakers and,
Start running.
Run as far and up the board as you can. Now, of course, you can't go to g4, but there's some kind of a pathway there. And for the moment, black is not interested in moving any pawn. I guess he can move his king. What do you think? King g8?
Yeah, let's wait like that. And so
and
he
he's
has.
done it. Because essentially the queen is on its ideal square, attacking all of the weaknesses as mentioned, as well as stopping king g4. Now we're inviting you to go check and take this pawn, but I will take on h5, and I presume I will have an instant perpet.
So actually after king g8, Arjun says that white has this opportunity here to give queen e8 check.
Okay.
Actually, I think that check is unnecessary. Queen g3 right away, king f8, and queen.
So
wow,
queen to b8? No.
Suddenly it jumps to +2 after queen
g3, king g8 on the board.
Or even queen f3.
He's played queen g3 check. I'm assuming we're going to see, where do we go?
King h7 is the best move.
But if you go there, then you're allowing queen f3.
Right, and then queen c4.
Defending, attacking. Okay, queen f4.
He's run with his king to f8.
To f8.
He went to f8. Let's see.
Okay, so queen to g3 check, king to f8 on the board.
Oh, this is
heating up, isn't it? Yeah.
And we did see queen to d6, quickly played by Prague.
Again, he's down on the clock. He's got like a minute.
No, he's got a minute and a half, but that's okay. He does get that 10-second bonus per move. I guess the king will step up to g7.
Okay, let's take a look-see. King to g7. So I'm going to try to trick you. Check. King to h7.
Yeah, let's put it there.
Okay, check.
King to g8.
King to g8.
h8, so yeah.
Yeah, king to g8.
Queen f3 here?
Yeah, and queen f3. I was trying to make heads or tails out of this. If you go queen c4, unlike the previous line, don't I get my queen on f6?
Let me just.
They're finding their own path.
No, the way that we've actually
predicted.
They have.
Yeah. Okay.
So now.
There is a trick. You can't play king to g8. He's played king to h7, queen e4 check. Oh, these guys, they are so crafty.
Absolutely. But there's one golden rule in queen and pawn endgames. You want to be centralizing the queen.
Yes.
And you want to be putting your king opposite its opposing king. Queen f3.
F3, more or less as advertised. Don't see anything other than queen c4, Nazi? Is that
c4 is the only move, yes.
Only move.
And then there's this interesting idea, queen f6, check.
Yes, that was...
King h7 and pawn e4.
Yes. It just happens that the pawn on e4 makes its debut at a glorious moment, right?
Yeah. And you cannot grab that pawn. Like black just has to just hold the position as is. And
queen
the queen c4 played, covering f7.
And here it is. We've got to see if Prague has to follow up with queen f6 check, king h7, e4. I'm seeing a nervous Nodirbek here. Wow, great stuff. We have a result. Magnus did draw. Any other results at this moment?
No. But let's go over to Poland because Cristian is there ready to speak to Magnus Carlsen.
Thanks, guys. Magnus, a bit of a tame start in round 1, but with black pieces in round 2, it definitely felt like he wanted a decisive result. Tell us a bit about that game and then sum it up for us, sum your day for us.
Yeah, I mean, the last game was a bit of a...
Back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, I was thinking that before the game, I was thinking, like, I've sort of survived the first day, let's try and be safe, then the game starts, and I'm, like, out of control from the get-go, and I could feel that he was not completely on form, like, he was probably a bit tilted after...
And this is Duda, right?
Duda,
in
yeah,
round 3.
After losing the previous game. Otherwise, he might have punished me harder in that game.
How difficult it is to find ideas against the Nodirbek.
No, I mean, you can always play something against the Nodirbek. Like, if Nodirbek was the only playable opening against e4, everybody would play e4, I think.
You came up with this interesting concept.
No, maybe it was just too much, what I was doing. Honestly, it was a bit of a rush of blood to the head. This whole thing, I was sort of thinking that I should have compensation here, but I mean, if I have, it's probably too difficult to play. Yeah, whatever. This, I actually, like, the engine says rook a7, but I actually thought he's just getting mated. d5, queen g6. And this, I was kind of happy to find bishop b2. And now he has no way to mate me. But I didn't realize during the game that I'm not mating him either. So he just goes a3, h6, takes.
Behind the king b1.
And king g8.
Just king g8.
I'm dead lost.
I don't have no bishop
so
b6,
that was
nothing.
A bit,
and if you take knight c5, or I guess knight c5 or something like that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm getting, like, mated so badly here. So, I mean, the thing is, I'd seen that b5, like, I could do this, and I'm doing pretty fine. But I thought, like, I want to go mate him. And then the crazy part is here that I just hadn't seen his idea with a3. I thought basically after this I had a choice of very good continuations because I'd seen h6 and since g6 bishop b4 wins the piece, I thought knight c6, but yeah, apparently bishop d6 wins. But that was just laziness on my part, because I thought, like, this seems like...
It does look good.
Yeah, but this seems hard to calculate, whatever. Let's go for the safer option. Yeah, then I just missed a3, although, like, everything's... Or any idea with getting the queen to d4 was a draw. So that was... That was a bit stupid.
How would you assess your first day performance? You mentioned that you just wanted to get out of day 1. You've had some slower day 1s in the Grand Chess Tour. How would you assess this day 1?
No, I'm happy with the score. I didn't expect my play to be good, so that's quite all right. And I think I did really well against Wei Yi, like, after a pretty suspicious opening. I think I played really well from a certain point there. So that's the positive. Against Arjun, I don't think much happened.
How would you characterize Wei? Because we haven't seen much of him in the previous years, and now finally he's back, and he's back with a bang. He won Tata Steel as well. Like, how would you characterize him as a player?
He's very strong. He's a good calculator, as well as many of the other kids. But I don't know. Let me just... Okay, I'll just point out one moment in the game. Can I do that?
I think the board is frozen, unfortunately.
Yeah,
we're having some technical issues.
So at some point he made error with this king, with h3. Huge positional mistake. He needs to go h4 in order to prevent g5.
Okay.
I'll
see if we can see it in the studio for sure. Awesome.
Sure.
Magnus, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magnus and Cristian. And there we had Magnus's thoughts. 2 out of 3, not bad.
Just to say that what Magnus was saying at the very, very end, because I missed some of the other stuff, here in this position, he described the move, King H2, as a really bad move. And that it was absolutely crucial to play the move H4 to stop what happened in the game. And as we recall what happened in the game, eventually Black's pawn got to G3 and it was dead. But in the meanwhile, huge development, Kirill, who is this unstoppable force of nature, Vincent simply blundered.
It was a
Nasi.
huge blunder in time trouble.
Wow.
Rook C1 in this position,
Like
allowing
what?
just F4. Not sure what he miscalculated because he tried Rook C8, but after simply Rook D8, there's nothing, no in-between moves. Knight is just pinned, and in this endgame, White doesn't have enough for the knight to fight for a draw. Black has 3 pawns, so White can only hope that Black remains with only H-pawn and the bishop. Other than that, Kirill is about to win his 3rd game.
Wow.
And there we do see the players with seconds. Well, Vincent did snatch the H-pawn.
A small solace, I would say. I'd take the rook, personally. Rook takes H4 or F5 check. And
yep, and it's the right rook pawn.
exactly, because
the bishop.
the King F6 or even A5, I mean, it's that gross that you'll never be able to trade off your B3 pawn and your A4 pawn for the A5 pawn. So the pawn goes to A5, the bishop goes to B4, and then we rodeo.
Yep.
We pick up these pawns on the double F pawns easily. Like, this is really, really easy stuff for Kirill. It's resigns.
It is resigns, and with his last move, he has fixed the queenside pawn, so there's no possibility of any pawns getting traded on that side of the board.
Precisely.
And all he has to do is now just walk the king to F6 and starts eating some pawns.
Exactly. You can put your bishop on B4, and you take that pawn. Bishop takes. You put your bishop on E7. You put your bishop on, bishop C3 to B4, and then there's nothing that you can do. Your king will be outmaneuvered, and you'd be forced to cough up the F pawn.
Mm-hmm. And there we see the players short on time, but it is a win for Kirill. And we do have some other news. It was a draw between Arjun Erigaisi and Wei Yi.
Very good. And for Kirill, this is unbelievable. It's just like, you can't get better than this. 3 out of 3 for our lowest rated seed. And boy, we're going to be finding out more and more about this young man.
Absolutely.
Bishop to D6, and again, you're basically going to get Suksand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just 21 years old is Kirill.
Wow.
Romania's number 3 player.
And King E4, King E6. Let's go.
This is one of those sad things.
Yes.
Wrong bishop.
The wrong bishop.
No, not the right, sorry, the wrong bishop for Vincent.
Right.
Because one of the things you've got to look at is if you have the same color bishop as the promotion square of your rook pawn. If it's the same color, it's a win for you. If it's opposite color, it's simply a draw.
Exactly. The promotion square is the A1 square. We have a dark square bishop. Thank you very much. I find that curious.
While
yes,
we know
please.
that Kirill is winning his game.
Right, please.
Nodirbek seems to be going down.
Let's jump to that one. We're going to call this game in favor of Kirill because, well,
he will be the sole leader of the tournament because Nodirbek, the only other player who could catch him, has a very difficult endgame to defend. And it looks like in the current position,
right after the move Queen E5.
pawn on F5 is about to be lost after King F4.
Exactly. King f4 and just... what were you saying about activate that king? As I do see on our board, we're keeping an eye out for this game.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this game is over, literally done and dusted for Vincent. We should switch games to the game between Prague for a moment and our co-leader coming into the slam, because our co-leader, Nodirbek, is losing this queen ending. When they got to it, it wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't bad at all, but in time trouble, I mean, queen endings, as we know, is difficult to play, even with a lot of time on the clock, but here he had to find the only moves and play so accurately to not allow white to advance pawns or allow the king to come out, so that didn't happen. Queen e6 was an accurate move, allowing g5, and after white creates pass pawn, on h5, it's much harder to defend this position. And white king is just going closer, always threatening to trade queens with a check. So this position was already lost, but there was one mistake by Prague here, I would say an inaccuracy. If black plays queen f7, computer says that this could still be holdable for black, but again, practically speaking, extremely difficult. And then in the current position, it's already +6 after king f4, I believe.
Which has happened. Queen c4 check has happened, and king g5 has happened as well.
So the idea is if queen g4, white king keeps going, king f6, queen h4, I can pick it up, I can go king e6 as well, and this king can go all the way and pick up the queenside pawns.
Yeah. And we also have another result. It was a draw between Gukesh and Anish Giri, which means that Gukesh finally gets off
on the scoreboard.
blocks.
Yeah. Wow, the challenger to the world champion, Gukesh, has had a rough and tumble start to this event, as he lost his first two games by very large blunders, certainly by his standards, but by any standards of any of the players in the tournament. King e6, love this move by Prague. Perfect. The king is making a beeline to the queen side, but at the same time, queen takes f5 check is on Prague's agenda. Queen c4 check.
Where's the king going to go? The king grabs on f5.
And queen grabs quickly on b4. Okay, is it? I mean, it feels like there should be a checkmate pattern against the king now. Do I like king e6?
I also wonder whether you could just push the e-pawn in order to get a shield around the king, but he just simply slides over to g5, and there's your checkmating pattern in the air.
Yes. That is a
king is going to hide
move.
itself on h6.
So we're looking at the potential for check.
25 seconds.
Queen d2. So inviting queen e7 check and king h6.
The king can hide on h6. There you
Queen
go.
E7.
Queen to e7.
King to g8, more or less box. King to h6.
King h6. No checks whatsoever. It's game over for Nodirbek.
Wow, that pawn on e3. What a beautiful rescue for the king. The king, we're now looking at checkmate on e8. We're looking at checkmate on g7.
And we see a handshake.
There it is, a handshake.
Praggnanandhaa gets
One
his
of our
first...
tournament leaders lose.
Yes, but Praggnanandhaa, great news for him. He gets his first victory.
Congratulations.
What a day it's been, which means that there's only one game outstanding, and that is between Vincent Keymer and Kirill Shevchenko, one of our tournament leaders.
I'm still confused. I thought
They're
that this
still
was
playing.
Remarkably, they are. I'm not exactly too sure why. I thought that this was too easy. Maybe
It
I
is
was wrong.
easy, but it just takes a lot of moves.
You just have to wait. Okay, so you wait with the king in the following position.
And finally, we're here at a Zugzwang. If you play the move f7, the bishop will drop back to the e7 square. Your king cannot protect the pawn. Your next move is king takes f7. If you don't, if you play king excuse me, king f5.
I think Vincent just made a move with 1 second on the clock.
Did he?
Yeah, he
Oh my goodness. We've blockaded the pawn on a dark square so that after say king f5, we have the move bishop c3, which will drive the...
But he can now go bishop c3 and simply go for the
Take it.
f pawn. Now he can take it with the bishop.
Right.
It's absolutely safe.
It's munchable. He's looking at bishop takes c3, b4, the last and final gasp. Takes.
He grabs it.
King e4. Yeah, no, this is simple. What am I saying? This is nothing. Sorry. Sometimes it's late or it's early. Not sure what it is, but
well, the players
he did
are
play
going
b4.
down that route. Okay, so king goes back, and now the black king will just simply follow suit.
King e4.
King e6.
King e6. Oops, did our camera freeze there?
It did. And
just in time.
We see in a fast forward of events, we do see that Kirill Shevchenko wins again. So he races to the lead, 6 points, 3 victories. What a day it's been for him.
Wow, and let's take a look at that 1 second move, because right about these parts, Vincent knows he's losing, but his time went down to a single second. And that's what a 1 second move looks like. It doesn't, the king didn't necessarily land on the f5 square, but Kirill said, that's cool, that's chill.
Yeah.
That's fine, that's fine.
Yeah. What a day! I mean, what do you think of the start? Could you have predicted?
I'm stunned. No, of course not. I am stunned. And to Magnus' point, I think Magnus is quite okay with the results. Every game it's tough. He really outplayed Wei Yi in a very, very beautiful way. I mean, we were thinking that white was for choice. White had the B file. Wei Yi was pushing, and to win that game was a really remarkable turnaround. Magnus, with the game against Duda, I said, I overdid things there. Yeah. And I don't know, that game that we just saw between Duda and Magnus, I really felt that...
That was shaky, for sure.
Yeah, shaky,
Magnus
good
said
work.
himself in the interview that he got a bit of lucky in that game. But, you know, in order to win the tournament, you need a little bit of luck as well. And maybe he's a bit rusty and is getting into form. I think we saw last year Magnus started badly and then won 14 games in a row. So.
Something ridiculous. Let's take a look at what our day looks like, and who could have predicted?
At the top of the table, these are the standings of round 3. Kirill Shevchenko, the lowest rated participant in the field. He has had a clean sweep, 3 victories, 6 points. Magnus Carlsen, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov are on 4 points, and Arjun, Erigaisi and Praggnanandhaa, who we just saw secure his first victory, they are on 3 points alongside Vincent Keymer. And let's head over to Warsaw, where we have Cristian.
Thanks, guys. We are indeed with the leader of the tournament after day 1, Kirill Shevchenko, the wild card of this event. Kirill, first of all, welcome to the show. Congratulations, just an incredible display of pure resilience from you in round 1 against Gukesh. That was not an easy game. Tell us a bit about that. How did you approach playing against these best players in the world?
Well, first of all, I decided not to put any pressure on myself, because remembering last year, I was setting myself a goal to score some amount of points in Rapid, and I just fucked up almost everything. Yeah, I mean, I just decided to play solid, and okay, Gukesh surprised me with some opening line. Indeed, he played actually very well, and he got this advantage in the time trouble, bishop against knight. But I had a feeling that this knight on f5 can cause some problems to him, at least so I can survive in the game. And then after the rook e4, queen a2, I don't know, I thought that queen e2 keeps some good advantage for him, and he just probably overlooked some ideas with mating net that he can't mate me. And okay, I can say that I got lucky, but
But the position was still quite complex.
Complex, yes. He's better, but his king is weak. My king is weak, so it's fight.
What was your reaction when he played Queen D3? Did you have to double check?
You know, I had a feeling that he will play Queen D3. I mean, I'm sort of type of player that this move would come to my mind at first. Yeah, Queen D3, and I just saw that knight controls H6. So okay, this doesn't work, and that again. But okay, time to take this queen.
Absolutely, still a brilliant play. Absolutely, as I just mentioned, you were resilient for the duration of that game. You defended very well. But in round 2 against Praggnanandhaa, you took the advantage out of the opening. He played this move, bishop to g4, spotted this knight e5. How awkward was that pattern with 2 exchanges, 2 rooks falling down?
Well, I cannot recall any of my games that I played with 2 exchanges against rook and bishop. Rook, bishop and 2 knights. I have to say that this position is very complex. I have advantage, I thought I'm winning, but then he started to regroup his pieces and then it became suddenly not easy. Still, I was not sure if I should play already for draw or still keep chances for win, but once he offered me queen exchange, I decided, okay, there I shouldn't be out of risk. And then I spotted this idea with rook d7, e6, and I understood if he falls there, I win this game. If no, then probably it will end up a draw, but probably keep some advantage, yes, because of those massive pawns. But if he plays knight d8 instead of knight b8, I think I keep some advantage, but probably not much because c5 is hanging. He brings his another knight, and okay, 50-50.
50-50, yeah. Still a complex game, and it was the same story in game 3 against Vincent. Now, it feels like you're in great shape. You feel that as well. How do you see your chances? Are you starting to dream about maybe winning, or you're not putting any pressure on yourself?
No, I'm enjoying because, first of all, I play this tournament after two difficult tournaments in Italy. And, about third
one
game...
One of which you took second place, so quite a good result in that one.
Yes, and I'm just enjoying playing against those people because, first of all, I didn't get any other... I mean, I don't have enough rating to get in the top tournaments right now, but I like to play against those people because it feels more pressure when you play against lower rated. So in the game against Vincent, somehow I felt that at some moment I could take an e3 and make a draw, but somehow I felt that maybe I should try to play for it. Okay, I have a bishop against knight, pawn down, but still, this is very unclear because he has weaknesses. And then I probably got lucky that this rook d8, bishop d8 I spotted, winning the piece. But yeah, I'm just, as I said, enjoying the tournament because, I mean, for me it is the strongest tournament I ever played because the field is really without underdogs except me.
Kirill, you're showing great mentality, great class in day 1. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
Thank you, Cristian. And really a big shout out to Bumps. Winning 3 on a trot against this field, I don't care. That is just, that's great.
No,
that's great.
Absolutely fantastic play, and the resilience, and also just the tactical opportunities that have come his way. 3 victories, 6 points.
Right.
It's been an incredible day of action so far.
Close out a wonderful broadcast. Nasi, your thoughts on day 1 of the Rapids?
Right, I was expecting day 1 to be a little bit more mild, people still warming up, but what a day. What more can I add? Of course, it was Kirill Shevchenko's day today. He absolutely dominated, really. You can call it luck. But
right. He created his own luck with his resilience, yeah.
And I will also mention that it was a heartbreaking day for Gukesh.
Yes,
because
the challenger.
Because the 2 games that he lost, he had good positions. It was just in time trouble where he made huge blunders and lost the positions. So, but we saw that in the candidates when Gukesh had that heartbreaking loss against Firuza.
Yep.
And then he came back so strong that he won the candidates.
Amazing.
So we expect nothing less from him tomorrow. And also have to mention Nodirbek. He started with 2 wins. The first win against Anish Giri might be the most beautiful game in this tournament so far.
Right.
He lost to Prague, but again, he is the 2021 Rapid champion. So again, we expect to see these young people to challenge Magnus tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
And
speaking of challenging Magnus,
I was going to say,
your picks?
Yeah, we haven't done any picks so
We
far.
haven't.
So let's hear your predictions.
I'm going with the Bears, the Chicago Bears, and Mike Dick. No, I'm going with Magnus Carlsen. How can you not? The guy who wins everything. It's too bad. But
Stop
let's
it.
go. What you got?
Stop it,
Nodirbek.
Yasser.
What?
Nodirbek.
Okay, so you stolen Magnus, so I'm going to go
You're
for someone
welcome
else.
to join. You're welcome to join.
Okay, Magnus as well.
Okay.
And whilst we have Anastasiya and Cristian, let's ask for their picks too.
We're doing predictions. Two of them picked Nodirbek, one of them Magnus. Who are you going to pick?
Yeah, I have picked Nodirbek even before the tournament, and this is what I said, that I would like to go with Nodirbek. Yesterday I played the game against him in the simul, and he did so well. He was calculating better than the others, and I thought that actually he's in a good shape. So I go with Nodirbek still. Can I?
Sure, you can, of course. You guys took all the obvious picks. I will go with the underdog, but the leader after day one, Kirill Shevchenko. He's my compatriot as well, playing for Romania. So definitely I'm going to go with Kirill. Hopefully he will be able to continue his brilliant streak in day two. But I have to say, what an amazing day one filled with exciting chess. It's very cool to see all these youngsters in the Grand Chess Tour. But we kind of anticipated Gukesh and his lack of form because, again, he is a classical player. Right now, it's Rapid and Blitz. He needs to rely more on his intuition. He needs to play faster. He's been down on time every single time. And whenever he gets down to those last few seconds, he blunders. That's the story of Gukesh in today's rounds.
Yeah, I think it's very common for players who won a really big event to play not so well, not the same strengths as usual. I mean, it takes some time, to get your energy back. So I'm not really surprised with his result today, but he really needs to find the way. You're right, absolutely, Cristian. I like actually that Magnus is in a very good mood. He is chatting with people, he's analyzing his games, he's following the games of the others. I think last year he didn't start that well. Today he has +1, so he should be happy with his result. But let's not forget that the day just started for 3 players in this tournament, because now they will go to play in another tournament. It's really funny that Vincent Keymer, Magnus and Nodirbek, they play 2 tournaments at the same time. I mean, what do you think about it, Cristian? Is it possible to keep the strengths for both events and still play well?
Well, I think the more difficult question is, can you do commentary and then go play chess? Maybe I will do that. Maybe you should do that as well, Anastasiya.
Maybe.
Anyway, just an amazing day of chess here in Poland. Guys, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you both. I've got a tournament that I've got to go to. I'm just going to do some commentary. For those of you joining us late, I've got to share what Nasi said. Probably the brilliancy of the tournament. We've got 4 days to go. Bring up my board for just a second. It's Nodirbek versus Anish Giri. The last move by Anish is the obvious rook a2. I think everybody would defend the pawn with a move like bishop d1 here. No. Check out what white did. It was absolutely beautiful. f7, take the pawn. g6, give up the queen. Do you recapture the rook? No, of course not. You play bishop g2, rook takes. What's your move? You're facing g7 check and mate. It was a beautiful, beautiful game. Hearty congratulations. Brilliancy of the tournament right there.
Yep, absolutely fantastic game from Nodirbek there, and what a day of action. What an atmosphere at the first day of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. It's been so much fun, and I can't wait to be following all the action that we will definitely be guaranteed tomorrow. So stay tuned. Thank you everyone for watching. Goodbye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.